Chapter 116, Chapter 116, The Devil's Undoing. Words become reality, such as the absolute law of the word magic devil. Any element, any spell, the moment he utters it, it manifests. Logic and science have no place here. This was a magic unlike anything they had ever encountered before. How are we supposed to fight this? He's practically unkillable. Right? This is impossible. Can someone shut him up somehow? Anyone got a mute spell or something? The group, including Captain Yami, quickly realized the severity of the situation. Strength wasn't the issue, immortality was. An enemy that couldn't die was far more terrifying than one who was merely powerful. What if we wear him down? Asta proposed. If once isn't enough, we hit him twice, 3 times. The others all gave him a flat stare. Draining his energy? That idea had already crossed everyone's mind. But it was just too unrealistic. The overwhelming magical energy emanating from the devil was enormous. Even when all their mana was combined, it wasn't enough to rival his. Trying to outlast him would only result in their own deaths. All right then, Mirioliana, Yami, Captain Nozzle, and I will spearhead the first wave. Asta, support from the sides. Everyone else, focus on creating openings. Ethan didn't hesitate to act. If they couldn't think of a solution, they would fight one into existence. Spirit magic, spirit descent. Mana converged around him, and in an instant, Ethan entered spirit assimilation mode. His body trembled slightly, pain flickering in his expression. Ever since the mission in the Diamond Kingdom, he hadn't had a moment to rest. He'd been fighting battle after battle, pushing his divine body beyond its limits. His surface wounds were few, but internal injuries piled up. He wanted to rest, but the battlefield never waits. Because this was war. A magical field burst from Ethan, wind blades whipping violently around him. Crackles of electricity danced faintly across his limbs. Gripping the spirit sword tightly, he surged toward the devil. Blade storm. The devil uttered a single phrase, and hundreds of swords rained down from the sky. But with one swing of his blade, Ethan cleaved a path through them, sword aura shredding steel like paper. Blindingly fast, he reached the devil first. Swish! 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 His strikes were relentless, overlapping like afterimages. Ethan was confident in close quarters. But even then, he underestimated the word devil's reflexes. The devil dodged with precision. Clearly, this wasn't even his limit. But this wasn't a duel. Magic zone, scorching barrage. A raging wave of heat followed. Mirioliana charged in, the lioness of the battlefield, fists blazing. Her every punch blurred into the next, giving the devil no time to counter. Whoa! She's actually pushing him back. One person's manageable, but two, now he's in trouble. In close combat, spells didn't matter. Each second brought multiple life or death exchanges. The devil couldn't even open his mouth to cast word magic. Boom! Boom! The entire Shadow Palace trembled from the shockwaves. Ethan and Mirioliana's assault was overwhelming. Even the devil was losing ground. Boom! One devastating punch sent him flying. High above, Nozzle was already prepared. This spell requires intense precision and scale. Thanks for the support, I'm ready now. Mercury creation magic, Silver Star of Judgment. With a command, the mercury around the air rushed in, forming a massive spherical cage. Each segment clicked into place, sealing the devil inside. This cage will trap you and attack relentlessly. I'll make sure you never get a chance to speak again. Whir! Whir! Thousands of mercury blades erupted from the walls, targeting the devil with surgical precision. Down on the ground, Yami stood ready, katana gleaming. His aura surged to its peak. Dark magic, dimension slash. Slash. A blade of invisible force tore downward, ripping through the very fabric of space. The devil's eyes widened in disbelief. He, a mighty devil, struck down so helplessly by mere humans? Even more shocking, my body, it's been cut in half. His vision doubled top and bottom. His torso had been cleanly severed. Devils were supposed to be immune to most human magic. Even the strongest spells barely tickled him. That's why he'd stayed, unafraid. But now? These humans had power that could hurt him. Time-binding magic, temporal cage. In the instant his body split, Ethan arrived. They had never coordinated before, but their teamwork was flawless. Everyone did exactly what they had to do. Now it was Ethan's turn to seal the deal. Zing! A glowing orb of time magic enveloped the devil's two halves. Ethan exhaled, finally relaxing. He descended back to the ground, the orb floating beside him. Did it work? Everyone stared at the sealed devil. It didn't feel real. This was a devil. Even Ethan had warned them repeatedly how powerful he was. Yet now, he was defeated, just like that? That was insane. The coordination between the four captains was stunning. No one alive could likely endure a two-pronged assault from Ethan and Mirioliana. Maybe not even the Wizard King. And without any of them, the plan wouldn't have worked. Can't believe he's this strong now. Whispered, clenching his fist. They were both aiming to become Wizard King, but right now, Ethan was this close to reaching that dream. Asta stepped forward, looking into the orb at the devil. So, what do we do with him now? Everyone fell silent. Killing him was hard. Locking him up? Where could they even do that? Ethan spoke, maybe. Asta's anti-magic can kill him. Me? Yes. Clover leaves have meanings. The 3-leaf stands for honesty, hope, and love. The 4-leaf symbolizes luck. But the 5th leaf is where a devil resides. Everyone's eyes turned to Asta. Wait. Did that mean? Don't panic. You're right, Asta's grimoire does house a devil. From what I can tell, one that might even be stronger than this one. But it's sealed, for now. Still, your anti-magic comes from that devil. A human may not be able to kill a devil, but a devil can kill another devil. Alright then. What do I do? Just stab him. Asta drew his demon slayer sword, full of excitement. Everyone's sweat dropped. He had a devil inside him, and he wasn't even nervous? Also, was stabbing his only idea? Well, yes, but it needs to be right through the heart for a fatal blow. Asta nodded and peered into the time orb, trying to find the devil's heart. But seconds later, his face darkened. Ethan frowned too. The heart isn't in there. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, Chapter 117, Chapter 117, The Demon's Heart. The demon's heart, that was the only known weakness of a demon. In the original story, it was Asta's strike to the heart that finally destroyed the word magic devil, sending its soul back to hell. It might not be the only way to kill a demon, but it was the only confirmed one known today. Yet inside this glowing sphere of temporal light, Ethan saw nothing resembling a heart within the split body of the demon. What's going on? Could it be that demons here don't have hearts? He pondered in silence. It wasn't out of the question. After all, this was the real world, not a hand-drawn anime. Some discrepancies were to be expected. No heart, then how are we supposed to kill this thing? Holding the demon slayer sword, Asta waited for Ethan's answer. The others also looked at Ethan. This was their first time facing such a troublesome entity, one they couldn't kill, nor seal. Patoli. What's wrong with you? Just then, Veto rushed to support Patoli, his face full of concern. Something was clearly off. Patoli's expression twisted in pain and madness. Suddenly, he shoved Veto aside and unleashed a wild burst of light magic in all directions. Has he gone insane? The group cursed as they activated their own magic to block the indiscriminate assault. Beside Patoli, his previously radiant four-leaf grimoire began to dim. From its bottom, a black stain slowly spread upward. Within seconds, the golden grimoire turned pitch black. Then, astonishingly, a fifth leaf sprouted on the clover on its cover. KKK release. Restore. His body was nowhere to be seen, but his voice echoed. The time-light sphere restraining the demon's body shattered like glass. The demon's bisected body began to regenerate, swiftly rejoining into one whole. The surgical precision of the restoration would have put the world's best doctors to shame. Ethan's pupils shrank as he stared at Potoli's grimoire and exclaimed, "So that's where the heart was." Whoosh! Freed at last, the word magic devil appeared instantly next to Potoli. He reached out and took the grimoire into his hands. Didn't expect this. After hundreds of years, humanity still manages to produce some impressive individuals. You actually managed to suppress and restrain me. Good thing I had a contingency. The devil's face bore a sinister smile, but inwardly he was shaken. If he hadn't hidden his heart separately from his body, he really would have been done for in that last assault. But there are no what-ifs in this world. Now reunited with his heart and in possession of a five-leaf grimoire, no one in the world could stop him now. Word magic vice inimadoran. The devil's whisper was not of this world's language, but any human could sense the sheer malice behind it. This, his magic power, it's even stronger than before. What kind of magic is this? Such overwhelming evil, it's risen to a whole new level. Everyone was horrified. It was obvious this devil was no longer the same as before. His magic now belonged to a realm far beyond zero stage. ZZZZHK. A massive void portal opened behind the word devil. From within, a thick, black-purple sludge resembling coral or mud gushed outward, endless, writhing, and grotesque. KKK, I'm not the same species as you. I'm from another dimension. Disgusting. That was everyone's first thought. These squirming things weren't just hideous, they radiated an evil aura so strong it turned even the bravest stomachs. But the problem wasn't how ugly they were, it was what they could do. Everyone, be careful. These things devour all life. If you come into contact with them, the consequences will be dire. Ethan warned, as his fire-based four-leaf grimoire floated open. At the same time, a miniature fire dragon perched on his left shoulder, the fire spirit. Like Zephyra and Sylph with their wind magic, this was one of the four great elemental spirits. Originally bonded to Fana, one of the Eye of the Midnight Sun's triad, after her capture, she willingly relinquished her claim, and the spirit joined Ethan instead. Fire spirit magic blazing heaven burst. Boom! Commanding the fire spirit, Ethan unleashed a searing torrent of flame. Waves of heat swept outward, burning hotter with each pulse. Wind spirit magic spirit tempest. Fire counters wind, but wind can also stoke fire. With the aid of both spirits, the flaming storm grew fiercer than ever, roaring forward to intercept the incoming darkness. A massive wall of fire formed, halting the approach of the black swarm, and steadily burning them away. Incredible! Nice one, Ethan! Beautifully done! Asta howled in triumph at the sight. What devil! Those fancy tricks were no match for Ethan's magic. Bang! Don't celebrate too soon. Didn't you see? See what? And Knight Captain, please stop smacking my head. Rubbing his skull, Asta looked confused. But as he followed everyone's gaze, he froze. Yes, the fire had stopped the black sludge, but from the void above, more and more kept pouring out. He didn't know whether this spell drained the demon's mana, but even if it did, it likely wouldn't matter. Ethan, on the other hand, wasn't a demon. He was human. Even with his vast reserves, he couldn't maintain such output forever. You're impressive, truly the most fascinating and promising human I've met. The devil didn't seem in a rush. This was a power from another world. Once activated, it would never stop. Not even his death could end it. He figured he might as well chat while time remained. You're an anomaly. People in this world are supposed to only wield one elemental affinity. But you use many. And you're evolving too fast. Tell me why. I'd like to know that myself. Could you tell me? Ethan shrugged with a smirk. He only knew his bloodline was unique. The rest was a mystery. And fast growth? Honestly, Asta and Yuno were the real hacks. They got stronger for no reason at all. No matter. Even better this way. Once I bury all of you, this world will be mine. Shame, though I won't get to hear your final screams. With that, the devil soared upward, aiming for the exit at the top. Ethan didn't need to say a word, the others had already launched their attacks. They couldn't let this monster escape. If he did, it truly would be the end of the world. Briar Creation Magic Thorn Tree of the Hunt. Watermark Creation Magic Silver Rain. Dark Magic Binding Slash of the Nameless. A volley of spells erupted, trying to stop his escape. Asta too activated his devil form, dual swords at the ready. Yuno wore his crown, lightning fast in his spirit-assimilated form. But all of it was nothing against a single command. Stop! In an instant, all magic, and even Asta and Yuno themselves froze in place. An invisible force locked their bodies like chains. They could only watch in rage as the devil neared the exit. Light Magic Divine Blade of Heaven. ZZZZHK. A golden light exploded from above. A massive blade of light crashed down, its overwhelming brilliance purging all evil and slamming the devil back down to the earth. 500 years. Today, I will bury you for good, devil. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, The Light Returns. Bathed in radiant light, a figure appeared and forced the demon's attack back with a single strike. Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Oi, Yuno, that's... Asta and Yuno were even more shaken. Having grown up in Hage village on the outskirts of the Clover Kingdom, every morning when they left their homes, they could see the skeletal remains of the demon not far away. And standing before them now, though not the demon itself, was the man who had once defeated that demon, saved the world, and was praised for generations, the first Wizard King. His attire and appearance were exactly the same as the stone statue that stood atop the demon's bones. Wait, is this real? He's alive? What the heck is going on? Eyes sparkling with stars, Asta was ecstatic. This was the first Wizard King. It was like meeting your ancestor from 18 generations ago. How could anyone not be thrilled? They lived in this era as magic knights, guarding the kingdom alongside the reincarnated elves who used forbidden magic to collect the magic stones. Nero finally spoke, her face expressionless. But Asta, skilled at sensing emotions, felt a strange familiarity in her aura. At last, you're here. The demon has already obtained the 5-leaf grimoire and has begun casting the forbidden spell. Hurry, go awaken Licht. Ethan's magic was pouring out like a flood, draining him every second. But seeing the first Wizard King arrive gave him some relief. This was a powerful ally. If he was here, then the still slumbering Licht could surely be awakened. Oh! What immense magic power, 2 types of magic. The first Wizard King looked at Ethan with interest. Wind and fire intertwined and merged, forming a massive wall of flame that held back the surging black masses. He could sense the destructive energy in them. To hold them back single-handedly, this man was undeniably formidable. Nero, is he the current Wizard King? No, the current Wizard King is Julius. He's Ethan. But, why isn't Julius here when something this massive is happening? Nero shook her head, puzzled. Even the captains were all here, yet the kingdom's supreme commander, the Wizard King, was nowhere to be seen. Let's check on Licht first. Ethan probably won't hold out much longer. Approaching Licht's side, the first Wizard King's face softened with nostalgia as he looked at his old friend. Nero reached out her hand to examine him and spoke, likely affected by the forbidden spell, he was reincarnated in a bound soul state. His soul is here, but he hasn't fully awakened yet. But, leave it to me. With determination in her eyes, Nero activated her magic. Magic came in countless forms. Hers was one of the strangest. Sealing magic. In simple terms, it could lock and unlock anything. Before meeting the first Wizard King, people mocked her magic. Its greatest use was as a glorified storekeeper, locking and unlocking storerooms. In battle or support. Useless. Until she met him. He showed her that magic held endless possibilities. Even seemingly weak magic could produce miraculous results. My magic can now break any seal. Sealing magic reverse unlock. Crack. It sounded like shattering glass. Lick's once lifeless eyes lit up with color. His vacant expression vanished. His demon slayer sword glowed white, as if welcoming its rightful master. Smiling with peace, Lick finally spoke, "Back then. I never got to say it. But now, I finally can. Thank you, Lumiere. TCH. Can you two just get married already? I can't hold on much longer." Boom. Ethan's magic gave out. He could no longer sustain the giant flame wall. As it vanished, the black masses came surging in again. Light magic monozone, glory of Obel. Sword magic flurry slash of creation. Countless lights erupted around Lumiere. Beside him, Licht unleashed his unique sword magic. His sword turned into afterimages, sending out waves of sword energy. Boom! Their magic surged like a tidal wave, unstoppable. The oncoming black masses were annihilated in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened. Their own magic had done nothing to those black masses before. Amazing, that world-devouring magic was scattered by those two. Could it be, the influence of that other world through the ancient forbidden spell? Those who used it or absorbed its power. With wings flapping, the demon soared into the air. Lumiere flew alongside, wielding his light blade. Whoosh! His blade shot out. The demon barely dodged, twisting in the air. But the blade wasn't wasted. Licht caught it midair with his demon slayer sword. Not only that, he fused the light magic into it, then swung with sword magic, boosting both speed and power. Crash! A clean strike sent the demon crashing downward. Before it could hit the ground, Lumiere appeared again in a flash of light and sent it flying upward. Licht didn't hesitate. He continued the relentless assault. Their teamwork was seamless. The demon couldn't even counter. Incredible, so this is the power of the first Wizard King and the Elf Patriarch. At this rate, beating the demon doesn't seem impossible. Yet, after all, they were the strongest of their era. As the demon was volleyed back and forth like a ball, hope lit up in everyone's hearts. But Ethan's expression remained grim. The attacks looked impressive and well coordinated. But not enough damage. He muttered. It was like a man punching a steel block. You could swing with perfect form, all sorts of fancy combos. But in the end, your fists would shatter before the steel did. The attacks weren't useless. But with the demon's word magic, its regeneration was terrifyingly fast and strong. Damn! I've spent too much energy in the earlier fights. I held them off for too long. He gritted his teeth in frustration. From the Diamond Kingdom to the Shadow Palace, he hadn't had a proper moment to rest. He was running on fumes, pure instinct and past reserves. And even those were almost gone. Right now, he barely had 1/10 of his full power left. Forget fighting the demon, he'd struggle even against a 7th-tier mage. To put it bluntly, he was spent. Looking to the side, Ethan called out, "Asta! You know. You two, get in there." The two boys blinked. "I mean, I'd love to," Asta replied, "but wouldn't we just get in the way?" They were self-aware. This battle was way beyond their current level. Jumping in recklessly might make things worse. So, what are you gonna be, cowards? Or are you gonna be men? You wanna be Wizard King? Ha, forget it. Not in this lifetime. His words hit hard. Yuno furrowed his brow slightly, thoughtful. Asta, however, snapped. Coward. I'm aiming to become Wizard King. Just a demon? Watch me stab it to death. Demon form, activate. His right eye turned crimson, dark anti-magic cloaking his body like armor. Fueled by fury and determination, Asta charged straight at the demon. Seeing this, Yuno sighed softly, then activated his elf union mode and followed right behind. A golden dragon is no fish in a pond. When it meets the storm, it rises to the heavens. But the same storm could be its undoing. This world is still fascinating. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, The Protagonist. The word protagonist, whether in anime or novels, is often used to refer to a miraculous being. They tend to turn calamity into fortune, overcome danger, and defeat powerful enemies. Even when a blade is pressed to their neck, some twist of fate often ensures they come to no harm. Although this is a real world and not quite so exaggerated, in some mysterious way, things still unfold as if guided toward a predestined path. Spades, diamonds, hearts, clubs. These card suits make up the foundational structure of this world. And Yuno and Asta, those two, are akin to the Joker and the Ace. Each might be overpowered when faced alone with a hand of 4 bombs. But together, Joker and Ace, they form the strongest hand possible. Rah! The two let out synchronized battle cries. Just as Ethan had predicted, even though they knew they weren't strong enough individually, they refused to simply stand by and watch helplessly. They couldn't allow themselves to lag behind while Ethan faced off alone against the demon, the first Wizard King, and licked. A mysterious and cryptic magic incantation echoed through the battlefield. In the next moment, the demon conjured a black trident, a long, pitch-dark weapon much like Asta's anti-magic sword. With a single sweep, the trident easily slashed through the first Wizard King's light magic. Watch out! Duadunt! Taking advantage of that moment of distraction, the trident cleanly severed the Wizard King's left arm. The demon surged forward. Asta charged too, clashing swords with the long black trident. Bang! Although the trident could easily shatter ordinary magic, it couldn't shake Asta's anti-magic sword even slightly. Their weapons collided, ringing with a piercing clarity. As expected, Asta is absolutely vital. Ethan, watching the battle while doing his best to restore his mana, felt confident in his judgment. The other's magic worked, yes, but it lacked lethality. To truly destroy the demon, anti-magic was indispensable. Everyone buy Asta time. Only his anti-magic can kill the demon. At Ethan's command, everyone nodded solemnly. They weren't blind, they could clearly see the situation for what it was. But... boom! In the void above, the black matter hadn't been entirely cleared away by the last attack. It continued pouring from the massive rift in seemingly endless waves. Previously, it was still possible to dodge by leaping into the air. But now, with more and more of that matter piling up, in just a few minutes, the entire space might be completely filled. A dead loop, it won't disappear no matter how much we destroy. Yami spat out the cigarette in his mouth, visibly annoyed. He wasn't licked, empowered by elven buffs, nor was he the first Wizard King with unmatched magical attributes. Forget trying to destroy the dark matter. Even if they could, it wouldn't cut off the source. Once their mana ran dry, it'd be game over. How could they help others if they couldn't even protect themselves? Let me do it. Raising his demon dweller sword, Lick's eyes burned with conviction. After all, today's disaster stemmed from his past mistakes. If he could end it all with his own hands, it would be the best resolution. Ruhuyum! Radiant light burst forth. Unlike Asta's anti-magic sword, Lick's weapon was pure white, glowing brilliantly in his grasp. Suddenly, Veto, Patoli, and the others also lit up with a divine glow. What's going on? At that moment, all across the Clover Kingdom, every surviving elf saw the light shining from their own bodies and stood in stunned silence. Beams of light erupted from every corner of the land, converging on Licht like a storm of divine vengeance. All that brilliance poured into his sword the fury of the elves, accumulated over centuries. Even Ethan felt a chill crawl down his spine. That's far beyond what even Tier 0 magic could ever unleash. With a single hand on the hilt, Licht raised his sword and roared, "Taste it! This is the wrath of the elven tribe over hundreds of years' ultimate sword magic, Judgment Slash!" Zing! White light filled the battlefield, blinding everything in its path. In magic combat, it's usually about speed or power. This strike had both. Though they couldn't see, everyone heard the demon's scream of agony echoing sharply. Did it work? Is the demon dead? As vision slowly returned, they saw a massive chasm cleaved through the battlefield. Swallowing nervously, they noticed the demon was nowhere in sight. No, something's wrong. Pupils narrowing, they all stared in shock at a black, pulsing heart emerging from the darkness. A hideous crack had split across it like a mouth. "Lend me your sword." Appearing beside a stunned Asta, Ethan snatched the anti-magic sword from his hands. Anti-magic might technically be magic, but it was still fundamentally different from the magic of this world and thus, impossible for him to mimic or replicate. The moment he grabbed it, the sword greedily sucked away his mana like a sponge. Even at his peak, he would have only lasted a few minutes. But Ethan didn't need minutes. He only needed 1 instant. Demon! Die! Shing! No spells. Just a thrust. The sword was the purest weapon, a kill move in itself. The demon's heart hadn't yet reformed and Ethan struck with killing intent. But hey! The tip of the sword came within half a meter of the demon's heart and could go no farther. An invisible wall seemed to block him. He tried to push forward, but in a flash, the anti-magic sword drained the last of his mana. Damn it, just a little more. If I only had a bit more mana. Boom! A rebound shockwave sent Ethan flying. Thankfully, Asta caught him just before he tumbled into the dark matter below. At that moment, the demon completed its resurrection. Limbs intact, body whole like nothing had ever happened. Licht's devastating ultimate move had left no wounds. A heavy shadow fell over everyone's hearts. It didn't die. What now? How were they supposed to win now? Haha, so close. The demon laughed wildly, reveling in its survival. I told you can't kill me. Not with this world's magic. Ha ha ha. He was fully aware of the situation. The strongest ones left were Lumiere, Licht, and Ethan. Lumiere had exhausted his mana. Licht was crippled. Ethan was nearly spent. Asta was the only real threat, but he was too weak to use anti-magic at full potential. Unless they could one-shot him, even destroying his body 1,000 times would be useless. Damn it! Are we really going to lose like this? Lumiere's face twisted in fury. He'd sealed himself away for 500 years just to burn his remaining strength destroying the demon's plans. And now, in the final hour, he saw no way to win. Prince, let's reattach your arm first. Nero appeared, placing his severed limb back in place. No matter how hopeless the situation, so long as they could still fight, they must not surrender to despair. Sealing magic, eternal dusk. The wound sealed perfectly as though his arm had never been severed. Watching this, an insane idea rose in Ethan's heart. Wild, reckless, almost impossible. But if it worked, then maybe, just maybe, the tides could turn. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, Chapter 120, Chapter 120, The Keys to the Lock Secret. Can you come here for a moment? Hearing Ethan call her name, Secret froze for a second. In her bird form, she had been staying close to Asta, quietly observing everything. She had some understanding of everyone in the area. Everyone except for Ethan, a man wrapped in mystery. He could speak of long-lost knowledge from a forgotten military era. He seemed to know every step of the demon's secret plan. And now, he even knew her original name, Secret. But she wasn't some important noble, just a lowly royal maid. How could he possibly know everything about her? Could he be like the elves, someone from hundreds of years ago, reborn through forbidden magic? With curiosity and caution swirling in her heart, Secret landed beside Ethan. "What is it?" she asked. Ethan nodded, speaking with unusual seriousness. "Your magic is sealing magic, right? You can open and close things." "Yeah, that's right," Secret confirmed. "It used to be considered a useless and minor magic attribute, but after meeting the prince, I stop." Ethan raised a hand, cutting her off immediately. She looked like she was about to launch into a dramatic flashback, and if they had time for that, they'd all have grass growing on their graves by the time she finished. "Can your magic seal the demon?" Secret paused. She nodded at first, but then slowly shook her head. Yes, it was true that she had sealed this word magic demon once before, but that was with the amplified power of an elf magic stone. And even then, the demon had not yet possessed a physical body. It was more of a wandering spirit at the time. Now the demon was complete, corporeal, and infinitely stronger. Even if someone gave her another magic stone, she wouldn't be confident in the result. And more importantly, Lumiere had been revived using the same elf magic stone. Taking that from him would be tantamount to killing him. "I'm sorry. I can't do it. The demon now is far beyond what I can seal." Ethan nodded. He understood. He'd asked just in case, on the off chance there was hope. But even if that path was blocked, he had one more idea. "Then, since your magic can open and close, and you could even free Lick's sealed soul from his elf reincarnation state, could you possibly unlock the seals within my own body?" "Your body?" Secret furrowed her brows, examining Ethan closely. He looked healthy. His soul was intact. No dissonance, no irregularities. What kind of seal was he talking about? It's hard to explain. Honestly, even I don't fully understand it. But if you can pull it off, I'm sure we can defeat the demon. Ethan's voice brimmed with confidence. The demon may be powerful, but Ethan believed his own divine bloodline was even more so. But with greater power came stronger chains, tighter restrictions. Since awakening his divine bloodline, he had enjoyed many advantages. His magic attributes adapted freely, his body had become durable and powerful, and he had even obtained the power of dragon rebirth. But he also knew these were just a taste, a single cup of water from a vast ocean. There was more power within him. Much more. But it was locked behind countless doors, layered seals he couldn't break alone. To open them on his own might take years, maybe decades. He had the strength but not the key. And Secret's sealing magic might be that universal key. "All right. I'll give it a try," Secret nodded. Though she didn't fully understand what Ethan meant, she got the gist of it. There was some kind of latent power inside him, something he couldn't access through normal means. But unlocking things? That was her specialty. Sealing magic, reverse unlock. Both her hands extended forward, releasing her signature spell toward Ethan. Most people knew how to use their magic, but few ever understood the mechanics of it. But after serving under Lumiere, Secret had come to deeply understand the inner workings of her sealing magic. Opening and closing seemed simple enough, but it was actually complex beyond belief. It was like crafting a key. If even one notch was too short or too long, the lock wouldn't open. For most things, she could open them instantly. Even awakening Licht hadn't taken her more than a few seconds. But this made sweat bead on her forehead. What is this guy? She had entered the sealing world, a sort of alternate magical dimension where the internal locking and unlocking took place. And what lay before her left her stunned. 9 enormous bronze gates. Each one bigger than the last. In her entire life, she had never seen anything like this. A typical seal might be the size of a door. A large one? Maybe a wall. But these gates? The first was 3 stories tall. The ninth over 100 meters high. They stood in a perfect line from smallest to largest, each gate etched with distinct carvings and seals. Each one radiated a different restriction, a different lock. Secret, who had unlocked everything imaginable in her life, felt for the first time ever uncertain whether she could succeed. Gulp. She swallowed hard, trying to calm her nerves. The bigger the gate, the stronger the seal. And the stronger the seal, the more terrifying the power hidden inside. She was starting to believe what Ethan had claimed. If she really could unlock these seals, then maybe, just maybe, the demon really won't stand a chance. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, The Heirs of Fate still not done yet. Outside, Ethan frowned as he looked at Secret, who stood silently with her eyes closed. Whether in the original anime or what he had witnessed himself, her sealing magic always worked fast. Even when she sealed the demon years ago, it had taken only a moment. But now? It had been over 2, maybe 3 minutes, and not even a spark had come from her spell. Could it be, the seals within my body are just that hard to break? Hard didn't even begin to describe it. From Secret's perspective, the bronze gate in front of her was the most incomprehensible seal she had ever seen. Forget the 8 monstrous gates that lay further beyond. Even just this first one had 3 separate locks. 2 of those had already been opened before she arrived. But the third, the last lock, sat at the very top of the towering gate, preventing it from fully opening. This isn't just a seal, it's like a structure. A formation. Secret analyzed it carefully. Locks were just forms, just as the sea is blue and the sky is azure. A lock could appear as a chest, a chained door, or even a password-protected computer. Looking past its form to its essence, what she now saw looked like a massive jigsaw puzzle. Some of the pieces were already in place, but many more lay scattered and unfinished. If I can assemble all these puzzle pieces, then maybe this final lock will finally open. She didn't know how long it would take. But having come this far, there was no turning back. You know. Come on. Don't lose to that guy. Back inside the Shadow Palace, the battle raged on. The word magic demon, with his so-called immortal body, was growing more arrogant by the second. He casually deflected attacks as if they were nothing, dodging only the most dangerous spells, then immediately healing himself with his forbidden word magic. Many started to feel hopeless. But not Asta and Yuno. No, the more they fought, the more relentless they became. Something's weird. Everyone on the battlefield began to notice the same thing. Sure, elf reincarnation gave buffs. And Asta's devil transformation gave him a huge leap in power. But even with all that, there was still a clear gap between them and the demon. Or at least, there should have been. Because at this moment, rank and realm didn't seem to apply to these two anymore. Their combined attacks were no weaker than Licht or Lumiere's, and thanks to Asta's anti-magic, their threat level was arguably even higher. Watching from the side while undergoing Secret's unlocking spell, Ethan muttered inwardly, so this is destiny. He never believed in that word before. But the librarian of the grimoire tower had said, it's fate and era that chose Julius. That was why Julius possessed time magic, and a time-based grimoire. But then, what was his fate? To protect. Ethan had already tried so hard to avoid repeating the anime's tragedy. He had exposed Potoli early, secured most of the magic stones before the elves could get them, and moved many steps ahead. Logically, the enemy should have had no way to initiate the elf reincarnation plan. But in the end, the result hadn't changed. Julius still died. Maybe Julius wasn't just meant to protect the Clover Kingdom. Maybe he was the guardian of the entire continent or even the whole world. But no matter what, Julius had already made his curtain call. Now, it was Asta and Yuno who carried that divine duty forward. The heirs of fate. And fate would not abandon them. Maybe, they don't even need me to finish unlocking. Maybe, they'll defeat this demon first. Boom. Crash. A sword storm rained from above, some blades forged of magic, others made real. While the rest of the magic knights were scrambling to dodge or block, Asta and Yuno combined their powers, soaring upward like a tornado. They rushed straight at the demon. Raya! Asta roared, swinging his demon slayer sword with brutal power. Clang! His blade clashed once again with the demon's black trident. But this time the demon's pupil shrank. It broke. A weapon from that world, able to ignore space and absorb light magic, was destroyed. Shhhhhk. Half of the demon's trident shattered and fell from the air. Everyone saw it. Until now, the demon had been so hard to deal with, not just because of his word magic or undead body. His trident was also a massive threat. It was much like Asta's sword, capable of disrupting or severing magic completely. A perfect triad: word magic, immortality, and that weapon. But now? If they could destroy his trident, then maybe, just maybe, they had a real chance at victory. Arg! Asta gritted his teeth as anti-magic surged from his blade. Not enough. Not enough. Just this, still isn't enough. The more powerful the anti-magic, the more pain it inflicted. Devil transformation looked cool, but anyone else would have passed out in seconds. The stronger the rejection, the greater the toll on the body. How long are you gonna hesitate, Asta? Yuno's voice cut through the battlefield like wind. If you can't control your power, you'll never become Wizard King. Around him, wind mana gathered violently. A brilliant green light made it hard to even keep your eyes open. This was spirit magic and Yuno's own divine strength. Wow, now that's envy-worthy. Watching Yuno summon an alpha-orged longsword, Ethan let out a bitter laugh. He didn't even know what to say anymore. Spirit assimilation had 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate. Even Ethan himself had only reached advanced. But Yuno had already surpassed him. All of this in just this short time? Being the protagonist really is a cheat code. Even Asta wasn't far behind. His demon slayer sword had grown massive, overflowing with anti-magic. Spirit creation magic: Zephyr's Wrath. Anti-magic Black Divider. I will become Wizard King. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Sealbreaker's Trial, Deathbringer's Fury. The unsealing process was still ongoing. Sweat streamed down Secret's forehead as she stared at the chaotic puzzle before her. These puzzle pieces weren't something that could simply be pushed into place by hand. They were a mess, scattered, disjointed, and without a clear structure. Even figuring out which piece connected to which took immense concentration. And when she tried to move them, the resistance was immense. Each piece felt as heavy as a mountain. Had her magic not been specifically attuned to this kind of sealing magic, she wouldn't even be able to make a dent. Wiping her sweat, Secret whispered, "Almost there, about a third of the pieces remain." Yes, it was difficult. But it was possible. The problem was just time. And right now, time was the scarcest and most precious resource they had. Like men possessed, Asta and Yuno continued to charge headfirst into the battle against the demon. In the original anime, the demon would have already fallen under their protagonist aura. But this wasn't the anime. This was reality. And in reality, no villain was going to stand around and let themselves be hit. The word magic demon was now fighting at full force and showing the world what a true archdemon looked like. Inferno. Frostbite. Gravitational collapse. The demon's words were law. The moment he whispered, his word magic manifested instantly. Fire and ice erupted around them. Crushing gravity bore down like a mountain, forcing everyone to their knees. He knew exactly who posed the biggest threat to him right now. Lick's sword magic was strong enough to obliterate his body once. But that had required the combined strength of many elves and wasn't easily repeatable. Lumiere's light magic was refined and deadly, but his body was still damaged by the centuries-old wounds. He could collapse at any moment from the strain of the elf stone. Both of them were weakened. But these two boys, the ones who'd appeared out of nowhere, Asta and they were a different story. Their attacks had already forced him into dangerous situations several times. So it's speed, hey? Then let's see how fast you are with this. Boom! The gravity doubled. Both Asta and staggered midair. The combination of devil and wind power had made them fast, almost untouchably so. But now, under this crushing weight, their speed was cut by a third. Keh. I told you, didn't I? You can't kill me. You can't even touch me. The demon's mocking voice made Asta's blood boil. He was certain that if he could just land a clean hit, his demon slayer sword could end this. But this wasn't a wooden training dummy. The demon wouldn't just stand still. And worst of all, I don't have much time left. His body was racked with pain. The prolonged devil transformation was eating away at him. Every second felt like 1,000 insects gnawing on his bones. He was moments away from collapsing. If he lost this form now, he wouldn't be able to enter it again anytime soon. We're going all in, Yet. No words were needed, they met each other's eyes and understood. Spirit magic tower of the tempest. Massive wind magic swirled under Asta's feet, launching him like a spring toward the sky. His black demon wings spread wide, his face filled with fierce determination. The demon slayer sword surged with rejection magic as he rocketed upward. Clang! A clean hit. The demon's trident shattered on impact. But that brief opening also gave the demon time to dodge. The massive sword only pierced his left wing, missing his vitals. You little pest! Once again this brat had landed a hit on him. I've had enough. The demon's claws lunged forward straight at Asta's chest. Asta knew this was it. He couldn't dodge. He couldn't block. Am I going to die here? But then dark magic dimension slash. A massive blade of compressed void roared across the battlefield. Split. It tore through space and through the demon's body. It wouldn't kill him. His regeneration would kick in. But it hurt him. It humbled him. All of you must die. Blades storm. The demon snapped. He wasn't here to toy with humans anymore. This was an execution. Thousands of black blades rained from the sky. At the same time, the void overhead cracked open once again, flooding the battlefield with shadow creatures. Damn it! Is this how it ends? Ethan cursed inwardly. The tide had turned again, this time for the worst. Asta had collapsed, no longer in devil form. That was their ace, and now it was gone. Even if the others were at full power, their odds looked slim. Only one chance remained. Secret, are you done yet? He glanced at her, still casting her spell beside him. But she was completely immersed, eyes shut, magic deep in trance. She didn't even hear him. She had no idea how desperate the situation had become. Light magic judgment blade. Dark magic black hole. Sword magic sever. Everyone threw everything they had at the incoming tide. But the effect? Like tossing stones into a tsunami. That's it, then. Ethan sighed. His plan was to kill the demon here and now. But that was no longer realistic. If they didn't retreat soon, they would all die here. Everyone withdraw from the Shadow Palace. We'll deal with the demon later. Licht and Lumiere hesitated the most. But they knew he was right. If they stayed now, it wouldn't be a heroic stand, it would be a massacre. Let's go. Oh? You think you're leaving? The demon sneered. If it had been earlier, he might have let them crawl away like insects. But now? Boom! The exit ripped open. A black flood rained down like a storm, completely sealing their escape. The mages were forced back. Black creatures filled every direction, up, down, left, and right. Worse than being surrounded, they were smothered. Time magic temporal domain. Suddenly, a massive grimoire of time manifested above Ethan's head. A shimmering dome expanded outward, shielding everyone. Nice one, Ethan. You have time magic too. It's just like Julius's grimoire. Everyone was stunned. They had no idea Ethan was holding something this powerful in reserve. Time magic might be the key to getting them out of here. But if they could read Ethan's mind, they'd know you're thinking too much. This was Julius's grimoire, yes. And it came with all the stored time Julius had left. If there had been 20 years of time left, he could have easily teleported them out. But after the fight with Saint Mage Corin, most of that time had already been used up. Now? There wasn't enough left to save everyone. Outside, the shadow flood was already eating away at the edges of his magic. He could hold them off for a little while, but not forever. And if nothing changed, they were all going to die here. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Final Piece and the Hidden Flame. The otherworldly realm tainted by demonic magic was now fully invaded. Shadowy black creatures had completely surrounded everyone. Only the space Ethan had carved out using time magic remained untouched. Everywhere else was an inescapable sea of darkness. Damn it! At this rate, we're screwed. What the hell are these things? Magic doesn't even work on them. Even the most seasoned fighters were starting to panic. They had faced countless enemies before, but nothing like this. And when Ethan's time magic ran dry, there would be nowhere left to run. Lumiere! Are you okay? Even in the midst of crisis, Licht couldn't help but worry for the first Wizard King. Lumiere shook his head weakly. I'm fine. Just, my old wounds are starting to resurface. Back in the ancient battle with the demon god, his body had been shattered. He only survived thanks to Secret's sealing magic, which preserved both his life and injuries. But preserved didn't mean healed. He was essentially a walking statue, animated only through the elf stone's magic. And now, even that was reaching its limit. I'm sorry. I won't be much help now. My body, it's falling apart. Ethan clenched his jaw, continuing to reinforce the temporal barrier. But he didn't blame anyone. This was how battles worked. Even if you won once, it didn't mean you'd win again. Just like in the original story, if you ran this battle 10 times, Asta and Yuno might only win 3. The rest was luck. The demon hadn't lost because Asta was stronger, he'd lost because he underestimated his enemies. But now, the demon wasn't holding back anymore. Secret! How much longer? Ethan couldn't hold back his frustration any longer. He was worried about 2 things. Could Secret actually undo the seal? Would what's unleashed be strong enough to defeat the demon? But Secret remained silent, her eyes distant, completely immersed in the sealing world. The last piece. She wiped the sweat from her brow. 99% of the puzzle was finally complete. She felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion, not just physical, but spiritual. It was as though she'd been aged by centuries with every movement. But what stunned her most wasn't the effort. It was the image the puzzle had formed. What is this? The image showed the reversal of yin and yang, the collapse of heaven and earth. Secret didn't understand these concepts consciously, but the puzzle was transmitting the meaning directly into her mind. In the dark skies of the image, she could feel an overwhelming terror. Just a glimpse of it chilled her to the core. This wasn't like the word devil. This was far beyond. So, what happens if I place this last piece? She looked at the final fragment in her hand and hesitated. Clearly, the 9 bronze gates within Ethan's body were not ordinary. They were an elaborate system of seals and locks. Seals weren't always used to contain evil sometimes, they were used to protect great power. Ethan had said, if this can be unsealed, the demon will be no match. But he also admitted he had no idea what exactly was inside him. And judging by the sheer terror she felt from this image, there was a real chance they were unleashing something worse than the demon itself. TCH, but do we even have a choice anymore? With a dry laugh, Secret gently slid the final piece into place. Boom! She instinctively stepped back, heart racing. In an instant, the once static image came alive. And she finally saw what lay within the dark clouds above. Demons! Her eyes widened in horror. Although they didn't look exactly like the word devil, she knew the type of creature she was seeing. An endless swarm of demons, blotting out the sky like a plague of locusts. Their numbers were uncountable. This is what was sealed inside Ethan. One word devil had nearly cost them everything. 1,000 of them? The world would be destroyed and remade hundreds of times over. No magic could stop them. Not in theory, anyway. Because amidst the swirling black clouds a single ember ignited. Then dozens. Then hundreds. Like wildfire across the mountains, the entire sky of demons was consumed in flames. Within seconds, the swarm was annihilated. Not a single demon remained. Hovering in the center of the sky was a crimson sovereign sword, glowing with unmatched power. Gulp! Secret swallowed hard. She didn't care if it was real or a vision. She had just watched tens of thousands of demons get burned to nothing by a single force. Was that supposed to be a joke? Swish! As if summoned, the crimson sovereign sword descended from the sky. Secret snapped out of her stupor, watching closely. She wanted to know who wielded the blade that destroyed the entire demonic horde. But to her disappointment, the figure never turned. They remained with their back facing her the entire time. The vision froze, locked on that single frame. Guess I'd better head back, wonder how Ethan's doing. She sighed and began to withdraw from the sealing world. But just as she turned to leave, she felt something shift behind her. Whipping her head around, her breath caught in her throat. The figure, the one with the crimson blade, was slowly turning to face her. He's looking at me. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, Chapter 124, Chapter 124, The Crimson Flame unleashed. Like someone caught doing something guilty, Secret didn't dare linger for even a second. She hurriedly exited the sealing world. But even as she returned, the image of that man turning to face her lingered in her mind. Her heart was still pounding uncontrollably. She was certain of one thing: he wasn't just turning around in the image. He was turning to look at me. It sounded insane. That mysterious man in the vision, if he even existed, was separated by who knows how many centuries and worlds. Even if fate could somehow bridge them, it should have been impossible. But her gut told her otherwise. That man. Who is he? Not just him. Why had Ethan's body held such a terrifying sealed power? What did that man represent? And yet I can't remember his face. Secret frowned. Her memory was fine, sharp as ever. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall the man's features. Even worse, she couldn't speak about him. It was as if her thoughts were being suppressed. Unseeable. Unspeakable. A forbidden existence. She exhaled softly. No point dwelling on it. Shaking her head, she pushed aside the unease and returned to the real world. The moment her consciousness resurfaced, the battlefield looked just as desperate as before. Everyone was still huddled inside Ethan's time barrier, their lives hanging by a thread. Ethan! It's done. I've broken the seal inside you. Broken? Ethan blinked. She said the seal was undone, but he didn't feel any different. His mana was still nearly drained. The time stored in his grimoire was still critically low. No new power had surged up inside him. Did she just bluff me? But then wait, what is this? His expression sharpened. Suddenly, his body began to heat up intensely. Even his normally fair skin was now glowing red, like heated iron. His blood surged like molten lava, his body trembling. Crap, am I going to burn alive from the inside? Everyone noticed Ethan's change, but they were helpless. No one knew what was happening, let alone how to help. So hot, so scorching. Steam was rising from his skin as though he'd stepped into a volcano. His entire body glowed red. Only his unbreakable will kept him from blacking out. Am I unable to withstand this new power? He didn't know much about the divine bloodline flowing within him, but he was sure of one thing: it contained an immense power. It had always been dormant, hidden away. Maybe that was a form of protection. A dam could only hold so much water, add more without strengthening it, and it bursts. He'd never imagined the backlash would be this violent. Nope. Can't take it anymore. Driven by desperation, Ethan slashed open his palm with a blade hand strike. If my blood's boiling like magma, then I'll just let it out. Shing! A golden arc split across his palm. From the wound flowed glowing, golden blood. Golden blood! What the hell is he doing? Is this suicide? Everyone stared, stunned, as the radiant blood began to drift upward, suspended in air. Even more bizarre as it floated, Ethan's body slowly returned to normal. The boiling sensation faded. His skin cooled. It worked? But before anyone could celebrate, crack! The time barrier shattered. Without Ethan's protection, the shadowy black creatures flooded in like a tidal wave. The group's expressions shifted to horror. This is it. We're going to die. Then a roar thundered through the void. But it didn't come from Asta, it came from Ethan. His golden blood now floated midair, weightless and radiant. When the black entities got close, they veered away like frightened mice before a lion. They didn't dare touch it. Instead, they avoided it completely. Nanny! The word devil's eyes widened in disbelief. He was from the beyond world, and so were these dark creatures. That world, a higher dimension, imposed natural suppression on lower worlds. That was why magic from this realm had such little effect on him. But now his own summoned darkness was afraid of this golden blood? What are you? The demon demanded, but Ethan didn't reply. He was just as shocked. My blood scares them. Then something even stranger happened. The floating drops of golden blood began to gather and condense, forming a perfect sphere. It spun rapidly in midair, faster with each passing second. As the others watched, the blood orb shrank with every rotation. Until, finally, the sphere vanished. And in its place, no way is that. Everyone stared, stunned. Most were confused. But Secret's eyes flew wide open, her lips parted in silent awe. There was no doubt in her heart. This wasn't her first time seeing it. She'd seen it in the ceiling world, engraved in the diagram atop the first bronze gate. It had appeared in the vision the moment a single blade had destroyed thousands upon thousands of demons. A sword of crimson fire, a weapon of divine obliteration held by the nameless, forbidden man who could not be remembered or spoken of. The Crimson Sovereign Sword had returned. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, Chapter 125, Chapter 125, The Return of the Blazing Sovereign Sword. Everyone looked up in awe at the crimson long sword suspended in the air, blazing with heat and power. Is that magic? Or some kind of enchanted artifact? How the hell did a sword come out of his blood? No one could understand it, not even Ethan himself. According to his logic, once the divine seal on his bloodline was broken, he should have experienced a massive leap in strength, just like when he first awakened it. Back then, he had gained the dragon embryo's regenerative power and his fixed magic attribute turned chaotic, giving him the ability to learn and cast multiple types of elemental magic. Both of those upgrades were more powerful than simply leveling up. So this time, he'd expected something even more broken, maybe a forbidden spell, or some kind of magical cheat code like auto-aim or unbreakable defense. But a sword? Just a sword. Would a single sword be enough to kill a devil? Raising his hand, the crimson longsword floated down and landed in Ethan's palm. Its design resembled an ancient, eastern blade, bold and majestic. As he held it, a sudden realization dawned on him, so this is my life-bound sovereign sword. Emperor, one whose virtue commands heaven and earth, he who rules with dominance. The sword embodied that very will. It wasn't just a weapon. It wasn't even really a sword. It was the physical manifestation of law and divine order. It could cleave the heavens. It could split the earth. There was nothing it couldn't cut. No body it couldn't burn. A true weapon of annihilation, even stronger than Asta's anti-magic demon slayer sword. What a blade! With a flick, Ethan traced a few arcs in the air, spinning it like dancing fire. Ha ha ha, now this is a sword. He wasn't even using 1% of its true power, and yet he could feel the terror it inspired. Shring! The sword let out a hum as Ethan slashed it through the air, unleashing a half-moon arc of blazing crimson energy. To everyone's shock, the tide turned immediately. The overwhelming flood of black demonic creatures, previously indestructible, began to shatter and burn away beneath the sword's energy. They scattered like insects, unable to advance a single step. What the hell? That sword's even stronger than my demon slayer sword. Yes. We've got a chance now. The whole group's eyes lit up with hope. They didn't understand the details, but one thing was clear, they had just been handed a weapon capable of turning the tide. Meanwhile, the word devil's face darkened. He stared at the sword in Ethan's hand, eyes filled with fear and disbelief. The demon-slaying sword. Impossible. That thing's only a legend. How could it appear here? The devil unconsciously backed away in midair. His fear wasn't rational, it came from the depths of his soul. He wasn't the first devil from the other shore world to cross into this realm. Long ago, there had been a massive invasion. Millions of devils had broken through the world's barrier, among them 9-star devils and even demon kings. Compared to them, a mere 2-star devil like himself was insignificant. And yet, they had all been destroyed. He could never forget. Back then, still unranked and assigned to guard the world gate, he had been spared by accident. The invasion had gone smoothly at first, they crushed resistance effortlessly. Within days, they had conquered 2/3 of the world. Then it appeared. A single sword descended from the sky and tore through their armies like divine fire. He had escaped only because of his low status. And ever since, the barrier between the worlds had become impossibly strong. Only trick methods like using Patoli's body allowed rare invasions. But that sword, the same one from that war, was supposed to be lost in time. The man who wielded it had fought valiantly, killing countless devils before being surrounded by 9 demon kings. His fate had been unknown. Surely, he couldn't have survived. So then, could Ethan be spacing out during a fight? That's a bad habit. A mocking voice rang out next to the devil's ear. Ethan had already closed the gap, sovereign sword in hand. The blade burned with divine heat, its edge soaked in the blood of ancient devils. The word devil stared at it and for the first time, saw his own death. Driven by instinct, he twisted his body to dodge. Shrak! The sword missed, splitting him in two, but landed a clean, slicing hit. His left demonic wing was severed like paper, the cut effortless. He retreated quickly, glancing back at the stump. Still alive, but if I'd hesitated for even 1 second. Heal. He activated his word magic, expecting instant regeneration. But nothing happened. No matter how many spells he cast, his wing wouldn't regrow. No way. His magic failed. That's it. He's not immortal anymore. Everyone's spirits soared. The word devil's most terrifying trait was his inability to die. No matter what kind of damage he took, he could always reassemble himself with word magic. But now? Now that power was broken. And with that his defeat was possible. Devil, this is your end. Ethan's lips curled into a smirk. He didn't have much mana left. But his grimoire still held stored time. Time domain temporal stasis time magic acceleration. In one move, he unleashed everything he had stored. He knew his true advantage wasn't just his magic, it was the sovereign sword. But no matter how strong a weapon is, it still needs a wielder. And time wasn't on his side. This ends now, before I lose this chance. With burning resolve, Ethan charged, sovereign sword blazing in his grip, aiming to end this battle with one final strike. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, Chapter 126, Chapter 126, A sword that eats devils. Ripples of time burst outward from the battlefield. Among all magical attributes, aside from the four great elements wind, fire, earth, and water, the rest are considered sub-attributes, sand magic, poison magic, etc. Normally, there is no hierarchy between these attributes, at least not for mages. But when it comes to devils, most attributes are ineffective, unable to inflict any real harm. Except one, the nether domain. Nether domain isn't a specific attribute, but rather a classification. Time magic, light and dark magic, sealing magic, world tree magic. They all fall under the nether domain, because these magics can actually harm or even kill devils. Why? Because they can lock onto a devil's frequency and generate feedback. Other magics don't even operate on the same channel, so they're useless. At this moment, time magic had slowed the entire battlefield. The devil's movements became sluggish, like he was stuck in a swamp. He couldn't ignore time magic, but he could resist it. With a roar, his devil power exploded outward. Arg! No! I refuse to believe this! He screamed in madness, clutching a black trident in his hand. Its dark energy clashed violently with the surrounding time field. Desperation move incoming. Ethan, be careful! Anyone could tell the devil was preparing a dirty attack. Even looking at that dark aura sent chills through their bones. Your trident, made of plastic, or what? Ethan sneered, gripping the sovereign sword, and swung it casually. The infamous trident capable of breaking through all forms of magic was shattered instantly. Crack! It crumbled like petals drifting in the wind. And the sovereign sword didn't stop, it continued its arc and sliced clean through the devil's left arm. Slash! The limb separated, black blood spraying, as cheers erupted from the others. Now that the devil wasn't immortal, even if they couldn't kill him outright, they could hack him into pieces. And once he was reduced to a limbless stump, he may as well be dead. It really is the sovereign sword. The devil screamed in agony, not from pain but from terror. This sword wasn't a fluke. This wasn't some lucky artifact. His devil body and forbidden word magic were completely useless against it. Run! Run! If I live, I can fight again. His pride and anger meant nothing now. The devil turned and ran for the exit like a desperate gambler. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. He could see the portal getting closer, and a hopeful smile crept across his face. Yes. Yes. Almost there. But just as he was about to leap through, his body froze. Trying to run, right in front of me? What do you take me for, thin air? Ethan's finger pointed toward the exit, expressionless. The sovereign sword had already pierced through the devil from back to front. Spurred black blood gushed out as the devil looked down in shock at the glowing blade lodged in his chest. Heal! 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 Like a cornered gambler repeating a prayer, he cast his word magic again and again. But no matter how many times he tried, it didn't work. His injuries didn't heal, and the sword stayed stuck in his body. And then came the real horror, my power. He felt it. Like rivers flooding backward, all his devil energy was being sucked into the sword. The sovereign sword was devouring him greedily. Shit, am I seeing this right? That sword's eating him, right? Look, his mana's all being drained into it. Everyone watching was frozen in place. They had no idea what this sword was to begin with, and now it was eating a devil alive. What next? Ketchup on the side. Okay, this is cool and all, but, is that really a feature? Even Ethan was stunned. He hadn't known the sovereign sword could do this. Was it a good thing? After all, devils didn't use normal mana, they used corrupted power. If the sword got tainted by that, he'd be in trouble. I can't even control it. He chuckled awkwardly, watching as the devil's body began to shrink like a deflated balloon, his massive energy collapsing inward. The devil shriveled up, and then burp. No one was sure if they'd imagined it, but they all thought they heard the sword burp. Like it had just finished dinner. So, it's over. Ethan muttered. Looks like it. He's not reviving. No more devil aura anywhere. They waited a few more minutes in silence. Still nothing. Relieved, they all exhaled at once. Knight saw Ethan still holding the sword and asked, "Hey, where'd you get that sword? It feels weirdly familiar." Swords on this continent only came in two styles: big, heavy knight swords like Asta's. Sleek, elegant rapiers, like the one Knight used. But Ethan's sword had a dragon-shaped hilt and phoenix-shaped body, a style you'd only find across the ocean, in his homeland. Me? I don't really know how to explain it, think of it like Asta's sword, it just came from my blood. Knight nodded. That made sense. Her homeland had strong cultural ties to ancient Eastern styles, so the sword's aesthetic rang familiar. Wait, look at that sword. They didn't even need Asta to point it out. The sovereign sword in Ethan's hand was vibrating violently. Ethan raised an eyebrow but decided to let go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword shot into the air, flying around like a freed bird. Was it doing post-meal stretches? After spinning around for a few seconds, it stabbed itself into the ground. No one dared to approach. What if it wasn't full yet? What if it decided you looked like a good dessert? Should be fine now, right? Ethan hesitated, then stepped closer. Come in. You came from my blood. Surely you won't eat me too. But just as he was about to touch it, whoosh! The sovereign sword lit up with a blazing crimson light, a pillar of energy shooting into the sky. Beyond the battlefield. In the Clover Kingdom, countless civilians looked up in shock. The crimson beam linked heaven and earth. Even far-off places like the Diamond Kingdom, the Heart Kingdom, and Spade could see it. That light, haha. Interesting. I didn't expect that. It can't be. That's... How did our clan's treasure end up in the outside world? Send someone now. Whoosh. The beam lasted a full minute before vanishing. Ethan stood there, dumbfounded. Wait, where the hell is my sword? P.S. The Shadow King's Palace arc ends here. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, Chapter 127, Chapter 127. The sword's true form, the crimson glow, faded away completely. And with it, the sovereign sword vanished too, or more accurately, someone now stood where the blade had once hovered. A young woman, maybe 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a flowing red dress that looked like it belonged on a royal stage. Her hair was done up in an elegant, slightly old-fashioned bun, and a shimmering gold and silver pin was tucked at an angle above her temple. Etched in the center of her forehead was a small flame-like sigil, one that Ethan recognized immediately. It was identical to the flame engraving that had always glowed from the hilt of the sovereign sword. Before he could even speak, the girl bowed slightly and introduced herself. Master, it's an honor to meet you. I am the spirit of the sovereign sword. Ethan blinked slowly, caught completely off guard. Around him, the others weren't doing much better. Most of them were just staring blankly, unsure of what to make of this sudden, dramatic entrance. Of course they were confused. In a world like this, concepts like sword spirits weren't exactly common knowledge. To them, she was just some mysterious girl who popped into existence from thin air, and from her formal tone, her strange hairstyle, and her elegant old-world dress, it felt like she had walked straight out of a historical novel. Ethan studied her more carefully now. Even though the look was unusual, it fit. And considering how no one in the Clover Kingdom dressed like this, her presence alone felt like a confirmation. She was definitely not from around here. And yes, she was really pretty, too. Boom! Before Ethan could ask her anything more, the ground shook hard beneath them. The Shadow King's palace, already cracked and broken from the battle, began to collapse in earnest. One of the remaining walls came crashing down behind them. We can finish introductions later. This place is coming down. Yami's voice snapped everyone back into motion. The girl gave Ethan a quick nod, then in a flash of red light, she returned to her sword form, glowing and sharp. The sovereign sword shot forward, carving a glowing path through falling stone and rubble like it was paper. Let's go. She's clearing the way. Ethan sprinted after her, and the rest of the squad followed close behind. They had all seen how powerful that sword was. If it could lead them out, there was no better option. Clover Kingdom royal capital beneath the stars, a dozen shadowy figures emerged from the darkened air, one after another. Behind them, the Shadow Palace already fading began to ripple like a mirage. A final aftershock rolled through the night, and the ghostly structure disappeared completely, as if it had never existed at all. Phew, it's over. Everyone let out a deep, relieved breath. The war. The elven resurrection. The demon's rampage. All of it was finally over. Nozel Silva, nobleman and squad captain, was the first to speak up. The demon is gone. But this isn't the time to relax. Captains, rally your squads. We've got wounded to care for and the capital needs to be rebuilt. Let's move. The others nodded without complaint. Sure, the battle was done, but the scars it left behind weren't going to heal themselves. Streets had turned to rubble. Soldiers were broken. Families were mourning. It was victory, but just barely. Oh, and each squad leave a third of your fighters at the borders. We can't afford to let our guard down now. Nozel's sentence trailed off, but the others got the point. They all knew how the world worked. The Clover Kingdom wasn't the only player on the map. Their neighbors had been watching the entire time, waiting for weakness. And now that Clover's power had been drained by war, predators would come. That was how things worked in a world built on power, survival of the fittest. I'm heading out, Ethan said, turning away. My squad's under Yami's command for now. I'll leave the rest to you guys. No one objected. He'd already done more than enough. More battles than he could count. More near-death experiences than anyone should survive. If anyone had earned a break, it was him. He ducked out quietly, and before long, found a broken-down shack on the edge of town. He didn't care how dusty it was. He just needed to sleep. He tossed the sovereign sword beside the bed and flopped down onto the creaky old frame, ignoring the layer of dust. Sleep hit him like a truck. He didn't know how long he slept, only that when he cracked one eye open, the sunlight was painfully bright. Ugh! He sat up slowly, reaching to the side, and stopped. The sword was gone. Hey? Where? Before he could get out of bed, a voice chimed in from the doorway. Good morning, Master. You're awake. Here, try this, it's chicken soup. I made it just for you. Wait, what? Ethan blinked again. The red-dressed girl from earlier was standing there, smiling sweetly, holding a steaming bowl in both hands. She looked like something out of a 1950s sitcom, cheerful, pretty, way too domestic for a battle-hardened warrior. Oh right, she's the sword spirit. Ethan rubbed his forehead, trying to shake the grogginess from his brain. The last few hours felt like a dream. But, chicken soup? Since when was that a thing on this continent? Thanks. He mumbled, taking the bowl. He glanced inside and immediately regretted it. The soup was black. Not dark brown, not cloudy straight-up black. Chicken was supposed to be pale. Soup was supposed to be clear. This looked like someone boiled shoe polish and called it a meal. What is this? Don't worry, she beamed. I slow-cooked it all morning just for you. Her eyes sparkled with pride, and for some reason, that made it worse. Ethan felt like he was being guilt-tripped by a puppy. He looked back at the soup. He didn't know what was in it, but it definitely wasn't just chicken. Still, this was his mess. He had to commit. He braced himself, took a deep breath and chugged the whole thing. Bottoms up. His divine bloodline should protect him from poisoning, probably. When he finally put the bowl down, she leaned in eagerly. Well, how was it? Ethan forced a smile. Not bad. Really? His stomach, however, had other opinions. Within seconds it started bubbling like someone threw fireworks into a washing machine. And just as he clutched his gut grate, she chirped, holding up another bowl. Then have a second helping. Wait, another one. To access 30+ advanced chapters head over to Patreon, Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Secrets of the Imperial Bloodline. Another bowl? No way. Stepping out of the bathroom, Ethan rubbed his stomach, looking like he'd just barely survived a battle of his own. Women who can actually cook these days, hey. He pulled open the blinds and looked down at the crowded street below. People were hauling lumber, pushing carts of rubble, all working hard on reconstruction. How long was I out? He asked, still groggy. Not long. Including today, about 3.5 days, the sword spirit replied, also gazing at the workers down below. 3.5 days. Ethan repeated, blinking in surprise. Didn't expect I'd sleep for that long. He clenched his fist lightly. The massive battle from days ago had clearly taken a huge toll on his body. No wonder he'd been out for so long. Anyway, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Closing the window, Ethan turned back around and looked the young girl up and down. This wasn't just any girl, she was the sword spirit born from the Imperial blade. And that blade? It originated from his divine bloodline. In other words, she and he were fundamentally connected, two parts of the same whole. But that wasn't what mattered now. What mattered was that if this sword had a sentient spirit, she might know something about who he really was. Where exactly did you come from? He asked. I mean before you ended up in the sword. And how much do you know about my bloodline? What do I need to do to unlock its full potential? He asked from deep within his soul. He needed to know. But the sword spirit smiled apologetically and shook her head. Sorry, Master. Most of your questions, I can't answer right now. I'm still sealed. A lot of my memories are completely blank. Damn it. Ethan clicked his tongue in frustration. This could have been the closest he'd come to finally uncovering the truth. But no. He sighed. Whatever. I'll figure it out eventually. You said most questions. What about the rest? The girl nodded slightly. Even though I've forgotten a lot, I still remember some things about your bloodline. Schlick. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Ethan yelped as she nicked his finger with a fine stream of energy. What was she thinking? Look, the sword spirit said, holding up his hand. Your blood, it's golden. Of course, Ethan already knew this part. Your bloodline is called the Imperial vein, she explained. The purer the golden color, the higher the potential. Yours? Nearly all gold. That's what we call a god-tier imperial vein. Imperial vein. God-tier. Ethan frowned, trying to process what she was saying. He didn't completely understand it yet, but some clues were starting to fall into place. So people like me. I guess that means others exist with this kind of blood too? Just, not as pure. He raised an eyebrow. Exactly, the sword spirit confirmed. You're not the only one. But most of them? Their blood only has about 30% gold. That's considered low tier. Just as I thought. Ethan clenched his jaw. He'd suspected this for a while. His bloodline couldn't have come out of nowhere. If not random, then it had to be inherited. Passed down. He wasn't born from thin air. He had a father. A mother. Probably even a whole family line. A legacy. One with this kind of rare, powerful bloodline. It had to come from somewhere big, maybe even a once powerful clan now lost to time. Then, do you know where I can find others with the same bloodline as mine? He held his breath after asking. A part of him didn't want to hear the answer. Unfortunately, the sword spirit just shook her head again. Sorry. That part of my memory's still locked away. But master, I do know how you can grow your imperial vein. The imperial vein wasn't just a physical trait. It held immense latent power. If it could be unlocked, harnessed, shaped, Ethan could achieve godlike strength. He'd had a small taste of it before, and it felt good. But he hated how little control he had over it. He didn't even know where it came from, let alone how to properly use it. If Secret hadn't forcibly unlocked part of it with her sealing magic, he might still be clueless. There are two ways to awaken the power of the imperial vein, she said. First, you can train with the imperial art, a sacred technique that slowly draws out your bloodline's power, like warming a frog in water. Second, you can fight to the death. They say in the space between life and death, there's unmatched potential. A battle for your life could trigger your bloodline's explosive growth. Ethan listened intently, like a student hanging on every word of his mentor. He agreed, especially with the second method. More often than not, real power only awakened when you were cornered, when you had nothing left to lose. He'd lived it. That battle with Bartley? It had nearly killed him, but it had also sparked the first real burst of his imperial power. So the second way is risky, he muttered. Could work once or twice, but how many times can you gamble with your life before it runs out? Where would I even find someone powerful enough to push me to that edge every time? He frowned, then turned to the sword spirit with a sly grin. Okay, then what about the imperial art? Got a copy of that lying around? She chuckled awkwardly. Hee, sorry, master. I don't have it. Seriously. So all that speech, just to say, go get yourself nearly killed or find a way to make your own damn training manual. The imperial art only works on those with the imperial vein, she added. So it was never widely copied. Most people couldn't use it anyway. I get it. Ethan sighed. I get it. He nodded but couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. For now, unlocking the full potential of his bloodline would have to wait. Then something clicked. Wait, if sealing magic can break the lock on my bloodline, maybe that's my way around it. A spark of excitement lit up in his eyes. Why risk dying or chasing ancient scrolls? Why not just lie down and let Secret work her magic for a few weeks? Hell, by the time she was done, he'd be unstoppable. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, Chapter 129, Chapter 129, The Kingless Kingdom and the Chosen One, Clover Kingdom capital. After the chaos of the elven reincarnation and the demon's assault, nearly 2/3 of the royal capital had been damaged to varying degrees. But thanks to the efforts of magic knights and citizens alike, the entire city was undergoing orderly reconstruction. Everywhere you looked, progress was being made. Entire buildings and blocks were being restored in mere hours. This is what magic can do, hey. Ethan muttered as he strolled through the street, watching walls rise and debris vanish like dust in the wind. Sure, back in his old world, construction crews could throw up a hospital in a week if they had to. He remembered that firestorm emergency in Phoenix. But compared to this, magic left them in the dust. Even something like a full apartment 3-bedroom, Tubbath could be rebuilt by noon. Ridiculous. At one of the rebuild sites, Secret Swallowtail was working alongside the Black Bulls and other Magic Knight squads. But unlike the others who were buzzing with purpose, she looked lost. The modern world was over 5 centuries ahead of her time, and to her, everything about it felt alien and dull. The only tether she had left to this era was Lemuel, the first Wizard King. But after the final battle, Lemuel's magic stone-driven life had faded. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The moon was still the same moon, but everything else had changed. Your theory makes sense, Secret said softly, glancing sideways at Ethan, but I'm sorry I just can't do it. She was talking about unlocking the seal. Secret's sealing magic was incredibly potent. Before meeting Ethan, she could have bragged about being able to break 99% of all known magical locks in existence. But Ethan just so happened to be that 1 in 1,000 exception. Even opening the first layer of his mysterious internal seal had nearly drained her dry. And there were 8 more. She didn't need a second guess, each would be harder than the last. She just didn't have the juice. Not anymore. What haunted her more, though, was the memory of the unnamed man, his parting glance at her before he vanished. There was a warning in those eyes. A quiet threat. A silent, unspoken message, don't meddle too far. I see, Ethan sighed, a bit disappointed but not surprised. That's unfortunate, but fair. He didn't push her. No reason to. Some doors were meant to stay closed for now. Just then, a familiar gruff voice called out to him. Ethan! Since you're awake, follow me. There's someone who wants to meet you. Someone wants to see me? He followed Yami toward the royal palace, curiosity in his stride. But before they even stepped inside, Ethan's eyes lit up in recognition. The air had shifted. That aura, he knew it. So he really did survive, just like in the original timeline, Ethan smirked to himself. Inside the room, a boy no taller than 5 feet greeted him with a huge grin. Yo! Long time no see, Ethan. Standing beside him were Asta, Yuno, and several others, all wide-eyed, jaws practically on the floor. Captain of the 10th Squad, Ethan, Ethan said solemnly, placing a fist to his chest and bowing. I greet the Wizard King. A formal gesture, sure. But that bow wasn't for show. It was out of respect for Julius Novacrano, the man who had given everything for the kingdom. Ethan had spent time with the grimoire of time, and he knew now Julius could have survived. If he'd wanted to, he could have clung to life. Even with Ethan wielding the sovereign sword, he wouldn't bet on taking him down easily. But Julius had chosen self-sacrifice. Chosen to protect the people. Call it foolish. Call it idealistic. But that's who he was. He was Julius. He was the Wizard King. You don't look surprised, Julius said, smiling. Did you already know I was alive? Ethan raised a hand. A small, oval-shaped white grimoire spun gently in his palm. It was delicate and elegant, but the sheer magical energy radiating from it was unmistakable. Julius blinked. He knew that book. The Time Grimoire, you have it. His expression was complicated. Relief. Awe. Maybe even peace. He remembered what the Grimoire Tower's keeper had told him the day he received it. It's not you who chooses it, it's the era. This grimoire isn't anyone's to own, it simply finds its next bearer. Looking at Ethan, Julius gave a slow, approving nod. So, after me, it chose you. That's good. That's really good. What the hell are they even talking about? Everyone else in the room looked utterly baffled, exchanging confused glances. Could they please stop with the cryptic drama? Julius's face shifted to seriousness. What I say next? I need you all to remember. It's important. Even with his baby-faced form, his presence made everyone straighten up. 3 things. He raised a finger. First, there's no more Wizard King. I've lost most of my magic. My strength is nowhere near what it used to be. And for the monarchist faction that wants power and wealth for themselves, my influence is pretty much gone. No one argued. Even Asta, usually upbeat, understood the weight of those words. Respect only lasts when backed by power. Without it, you're just a ghost wearing a crown. Second. Julius's voice lowered. You saw what happened during that war. We barely pulled through. Even with everyone's efforts, the Clover Kingdom's former strength is gone. And if things continue like this, other kingdoms will devour us whole. No one spoke. The thought of becoming a fallen kingdom, slaves to foreign rulers. It chilled the blood more than death itself. Ethan suddenly laughed. Loudly. Everyone turned to him in confusion. Is that all? He grinned. Since the dawn of time, there's always been conflict. It's kill or be killed, big fish eat little fish. But anyone who dares to come for Clover, they're leaving in a body bag. Boom. A fierce, swirling pressure exploded from Ethan's body, sweeping through the room like a shockwave. Everyone's expressions shifted. Even Julius's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Ethan, lips moving involuntarily. The Zero Domain. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon. Chapter 130, Chapter 130. The third dilemma. Magic. Its strength and rank are divided into levels known as domains. 0 is the highest, and 9 is the lowest. The Zero Domain. This is the domain of the strongest of the strong. Those who reach it are exceedingly rare. Even within the Clover Kingdom, there was only one known wielder of this level, Wizard King Julius Novacrono. Captains like Yami or Nozel. At most, they hovered around second or third domain. So the Zero Domain. To most, it wasn't even a goal. It was a myth. You're kidding, right? Ethan is in the Zero Domain now. What the hell did this guy eat growing up? He hasn't even been around that long. This is just insane. The others around him could barely process it. Especially Asta and Yuno, who had come to the capital with Ethan. Shock was clear on both their faces, stunned, speechless. It hadn't even been a full 2 years since all this began. Amazing. I honestly don't know what else to say. Yami clapped slowly, lighting one of his signature smokes. Ethan wasn't technically part of the Black Bulls, but he'd spent more time with them than anywhere else. Yami had personally watched his growth step by step. But, it really was too fast. Asta had no magic, so measuring him by domain didn't make much sense. But factoring in his demon form, he was roughly at captain level strength. Yuno, called a genius by all, had risen from 7th domain to 4th, when not fused with Sylph, in 2 years. But Ethan? He had leapfrogged straight to the top. Ahem. That's actually why this works out, Julius said, expression darkening. Because my third issue is this: either the Clover Kingdom will be destroyed, or Ethan, you will die. His words made everyone freeze. Ethan would die? Ethan himself blinked. You sure you got that right? Me, dying? That doesn't sound like. He stopped mid-sentence. Right. In the original timeline, Julius had used time magic to foresee Asta's potential death. But this world? This world had already diverged too far from the original. Like a storm at sea veering a ship off course, the timeline had changed beyond recognition. You're not joking, right? Ethan dying? He's a zero-domain mage who could even kill him. Yet, is there anyone stronger than zero-domain? Come on, Julius, don't mess around. This isn't funny anymore. Everyone was skeptical, even Yami. Zero-domain might be abstract to civilians. But they had witnessed Ethan's power firsthand. He had slashed down a demon like it was nothing. Who the hell could go toe-a-toe with that? Julius shook his head slowly. I'm not sure. All I know is this: at the moment of my rebirth, I saw a vision through time magic. A moment brief and unclear of your death. I couldn't make out when or where. Could be tomorrow, could be 10 years from now. But what I saw was a man, with a dragon tattoo on the back of his hand. When you see him, it may be your end. Ethan smirked, relaxed as ever. Well, people who get killed tend to die. Even gods can't change that. Maybe your vision was right. But if that day comes, maybe I'll be the one doing the killing. Julius smiled, visibly relieved. Power made you a strong person. That much was true. But a true stronger needed inner strength to match or surpass their outer might. If someone wielded such strength but had the heart of tofu, they were bound to break. Well then, next up Asta. You're up. Hey? Me? Asta blinked in confusion. Yes, you. In the war, you performed incredibly, even standing your ground against a demon. But tell me, do you really understand the power you're using? Power? Asta frowned and looked down at his hands. I didn't, at first. But Ethan once told me that while the fourth leaf of a clover contains fortune, the fifth leaf harbors a demon. And me, the power I've been using all along. It's demonic. The room fell into silence at the word demon. It was, after all, demons who had left the kingdom in ruins. And yet, it was also demon power that had helped them defend it. It was a complicated feeling. Julius nodded slightly. You're not wrong. But the demon in you, it's interesting. It hasn't destroyed, it's saved lives. Still, you need to be prepared. Prepared, for what? Julius sighed. This whole catastrophe was caused by demons. And now, you a peasant wield a power no one understands. Which makes you the perfect scapegoat. The magic parliament will put you on trial. Asta stumbled back a step in shock. Trial? But I didn't do anything wrong. Near him, Ethan scoffed. Ha, classic noble and royal drama. The magic parliament? Just a bunch of crusty aristocrats putting on a show. Asta, you don't need to worry. As your captain, I've got your back. Ethan. Stars practically sparkled in Asta's eyes as he stared at Ethan with unfiltered admiration. The others, meanwhile, looked a little awkward. After all, aside from Yuno and Yami, everyone else in the room was nobility or royalty themselves. Wasn't Ethan just indirectly insulting all of them? But still, he wasn't wrong. It was all just a show. The outcome had already been decided. The trial was just the formality. Julius tried to interject, Ethan, don't be rash. The magic parliament is one of the kingdom's highest authorities, it represents the nation. Trust me, I'll try to mediate. Ethan cut him off with a chuckle. Mediate? You think that'll work? Well, whatever. If I'm part of this kingdom, and the parliament wants to judge someone, fine. I'll show up. He smirked. I'd like to see how they plan to pass judgment on a hero who bled and nearly died for their damn country. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon. Chapter 131, Chapter 131 Prejudice, Wait in Judgment. Giggle. This really isn't like you, Master. On the way back to their base, the sword spirit separated from Ethan's body in a flash of crimson light, appearing at his side. Her flirtatious tone made Ethan's face darken. How long have we even known each other? And you think you know me already? Well, Sure, if we were normal humans, a few days wouldn't be enough. Like you humans say, you can know someone's face but not their heart. But I'm no human. I'm a sword spirit, born of your royal bloodline. No one could be closer to you than me. Shameless. Face flushing slightly, Ethan turned his head to the side. This girl drove fast. He'd barely stepped into the metaphorical car, and she was already speeding down Mount Akina. Anyway, you're right. That wasn't like me. Ethan smiled faintly, gazing at the sun as it dipped toward the horizon. Asta might not be a blood brother, but they had fought and walked side by side for quite a while now. They'd come to the capital together. They were friends, plain and simple. And when it came to friends, Ethan wasn't the type to abandon anyone. In the past, if the Magic Parliament tried something like this, he would have raised a hand and crushed it on the spot. I've got to give Julius some face, he muttered. If the man were dead, that'd be another story. But he wasn't. He was alive and well. Among all the figures in the Clover Kingdom, aside from Yami, Ethan most admired Julius Novacrono. A saint isn't something everyone can or even wants to be. But everyone respects one when they see it. And Julius was that kind of man. As Wizard King, he was the kingdom. Standing against the kingdom was like slapping Julius in the face. Sure, Ethan could bulldoze through everything now if he wanted to, but... Well, I guess I owe him one, he said, glancing down at the miniature time grimoire in his hand. He let out a bitter laugh. He never bowed to pressure but kindness. That, he couldn't always resist. Too soft. Way too soft. Early the next morning, whispers buzzed like flies across every street and alley of the capital. Hey, did you hear? They're finally putting the real culprit on trial today. Yeah, and rumor is, it's a member of the Magic Knights. Magic Knight? Ha! More like a menace. If it weren't for him, my wife would still be alive. Everyone remembered the chaos. The scars it left were still fresh. Everyone had lost something: loved ones, homes, limbs. And so, naturally, they needed a villain to blame. Humph, sheep. Ethan muttered, shaking his head. He wasn't about to explain anything to them. He headed straight for the Magic Parliament. The truth was rarely known, even when it happened right in front of you. And when the few led the many, even lies could become truth. Wow, quite the turnout, Ethan murmured as he walked into the grand chamber and casually found a seat. All around him were nobility dressed in lavish robes, noses lifted so high they looked blind. Fairness? Balance? Not a single commoner in sight. So much for justice. What's going on? Why am I here? Asta stood in the center of the courtroom, hands shackled, face a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Next to him, Secret remained far more composed, her sharp eyes still brimming with defiance. That's him? That's the one they're putting on trial. Noisy little brute. Typical of his kind. TCH. Just being near him taints my dignity. The ugliness of the system mirrored the ugliness of the people within it. Clover Kingdom wasn't just feudal, it was archaic. Commoners weren't exactly slaves, but in the eyes of the nobles and royals, they were pretty damn close. I, Damnatio Kira, Chairman of the Magic Parliament, declare this session open. We are here to judge the crimes of Asta, of the Black Bulls. As his cold voice echoed through the hall, a man stepped through the massive doorway. Emotionless expression. Empty eyes. So Ethan was right, Secret muttered. They're just going to dump everything on us. Asta nodded solemnly. Yeah, but I'm here to tell the truth, no matter what. He raised his voice. Everyone, please listen to me. I'm not a criminal. I've done nothing evil or inhumane. Everything that happened, it was because of the devils. But we defeated them. We fought to protect you. Asta explained everything, step by step. But, the expressions around him didn't change. Cold. Dismissive. Unmoved. As if his words passed through them like wind through trees. Julius. Ethan muttered from the gallery. I don't even know what to say anymore. All this time, Julius had poured his soul into reform and unity. And yet, the bias ran deep. Too deep. He even gave his life for this kingdom once. And this is what he got? If Ethan were in his shoes, his liver would have burst from sheer rage. I'm not lying. Please, believe me. Asta pleaded. No one responded. He stood alone, desperate and rejected. Kira stepped forward, his enchanted scales of judgment gleaming faintly in hand. Don't waste your breath. This trial was never about truth. From the beginning, you had two options, either you the devil are punished, or the magic knights shoulder the blame. Two outcomes, one scapegoat. He smirked coldly. The scales have already spoken. You're simple. Honest. Easy to manipulate. That's why you're standing here now. Damn it. Asta growled through clenched teeth, glaring at Kira. Yes. He was simple. Honest. Easy to read. But wasn't that what truth was for? To be revealed? Pretending it didn't exist only made the consequences worse. Whether you admit it or not, Kira continued, the facts remain. The people believe you are a devil, or at least complicit in unleashing one. And so, by law, you will be judged. He turned toward the guards. Bring in the witness. With that, two attendants led in a little girl no more than 8 or 9. Tiny. Fragile. Her eyes filled with helplessness. It hurt just to look at her. But the people in the courtroom didn't even blink. Not a hint of sympathy. They were too far gone, consumed by power, entitlement, and pride. They weren't people anymore. Just monsters wearing human skin, far worse than devils ever were. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon. Chapter 132, Chapter 132. The Court of No Justice. There wasn't a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Staring coldly at the young girl, Damnatio, Kira pronounced his accusations like a judge delivering a verdict on a heinous criminal. Her name is Marley Adelaine, once the heiress of the noble Adelaine family. Now she's a fallen aristocrat living under the care of an orphanage. Our investigation has confirmed that during the recent battle, she used sleep magic, causing both direct and indirect damage to the magic knights and the citizens of the Clover Kingdom. Despite her age, despite her fragile form, not a soul in the chamber offered her any sympathy. The nobles muttered with disdain. She's just a child. A child who used magic in wartime. That makes her a threat. Disgraceful. I can't believe someone like that once bore a noble name. As chairman of the Magic Parliament, Damnatio's voice rang through the chamber, I declare you guilty. The punishment shall be carried out immediately. At his signal, several magic knights raised their wands, prepared, without hesitation, to execute a child. Marley's face turned pale. Terror filled her eyes. And Asta. His fists clenched. His heart burned. Why, he shouted. Why won't you listen? She's just a little girl. She didn't mean any harm. Even facing literal devils hadn't made him feel this level of helpless rage. And yet now the people he had fought to protect turned on the very ones he'd sworn to save. Why is it, he growled, trembling with fury, that those I protect, always end up wanting me dead? Boom! A volley of magical beams burst forth, heading straight for Marley. But something even faster intercepted them. A blur of black, demonic energy surged across the room. Asta stood between Marley and the attacks. One arm shielding the girl in his embrace. The other wielding his demon slayer sword, cutting the spells from the air like paper. I get it now. This is what you really wanted, isn't it? His devilish transformation burst forth in full view. His face twisted in fury, eyes blazing with wrath. The entire chamber erupted. That form! It's true! He is a demon! Kill him! Slay the demon before he strikes! The whispers became a frenzy. Even those who had held doubts before now saw Asta's demonic form as undeniable proof. His words, his truth, it didn't matter anymore. No amount of pleading would save him now. At last, your true form is revealed, Damnatio sneered. Everyone wants you dead, demon. Can you hear them? Asta's grip on his sword tightened. Looking at Damnatio, he felt a rage that burned deeper than any battle had ever provoked. He could crush them all. He could end this charade with one strike. But, then what? Even if he broke free? Even if he tore through the magic parliament and escaped? He'd be hunted. Branded. He'd have to leave the Black Bulls, Hage village, and everyone he cared about. And so, he hesitated. Until smack! The crack of a slap echoed through the chamber. Damnatio was sent flying sideways like he'd been hit by a train. Everyone turned in shock. A man stood at the center of the room, casually shaking his right hand. Damn, your smug face nearly broke my fingers, he muttered to himself. It was Ethan Hayes, captain of the 10th Magic Knight Squad Dawnlight Division. Did he, just slap the chairman of the parliament? Impossible. He hit Damnatio. Who is this lunatic? Anger exploded from the nobles. How dare you trespass into the parliament? Kill him. He's mocking the law. Blasphemy. Death is the only path to forgiveness. More and more voices turned on Ethan. Some, however, finally recognized him. That's Ethan Hayes, captain of the Dawnlight Division. Even so, he should know better. Violating the law like this is a crime in itself. From the floor, Damnatio clutched his cheek in disbelief. He'd been hit. In public. In front of everyone. You're his accomplice, then, Damnatio growled. Have you come to free your little demon friend? Boom. More self-righteous fury. More judgmental eyes. More fake justice. Ethan raised a brow. Yet, he said simply. I'm his accomplice. So what are you gonna do about it? Damnatio froze. Wah. You're not even going to deny it. Why should I? Ethan shrugged. You weren't gonna listen anyway. Damnatio's lips curled in a sneer. Fine then. You've confessed. That spares us the drama. He raised his hand to the crowd. Everyone witnessed this man. A captain of the Magic Knights, aiding a known demon. He defies the kingdom and aligns with its enemies. As chairman of this parliament, I sentence him guilty. Immediate execution. Smack. Another slap. This time, Damnatio's other cheek lit up red. He staggered again, eyes wide. You? Sentence me? Ethan laughed coldly. Who the hell do you think you are? The room was in chaos. He had done it again. Not once, but twice he had slapped the most powerful political figure in the kingdom. In public. Without fear. You insolent brat! This is the magic parliament. How dare you insult our laws? Damnatio, face flushed with rage and humiliation, finally lost control. Scales of justice ratio control. A strange pressure swept through the chamber. Ethan's eyes narrowed. He could feel it, his power was being drained. What had once been 10 units of magical energy now felt like 5. Still more than enough. But before he could react, boom! A magical blast aimed at Ethan was caught, by a girl in odd, ceremonial armor. She gripped the spell in one hand, crushed it and let the remnants scatter like stardust. It was Zephyra, the sword spirit in her human form. What do you think you're doing? She said softly, to my master. Her presence was serene, but her aura radiated deadly power. The nobles stepped back, speechless. If they could sense her strength, they'd realize she wasn't just decoration. She was a warrior on par with Ethan himself. A being of the Zero Domain. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, The Balance of Power Scales Magic Core Enhancement. As the declaration rang out, the balance in Kira's hand tilted sharply to one side. The magic beams fired from the court magi instantly swelled in strength, faster, sharper, deadlier. Seeing this, a gleam flickered in Ethan Hayes' eyes. Scales magic, hey? That's interesting. The ability to amplify or suppress magic. This so-called scales magic was indeed a rare and peculiar attribute. It could even directly alter the magic coursing through a person's body. But even if you take away 1 from 10, there's still 9. Some things just can't be measured. Boom! The incoming magical blasts shattered like brittle glass on stone, completely ineffective. Then came the wind. A ferocious gust tore through the hall, flinging nobles and mages off their feet like autumn leaves. So strong! Gasps filled the air as several people instinctively swallowed hard. Kira's expression darkened. His proud scales magic had barely left a mark. Could it be, was Ethan already beyond the conventional limits? Ethan calmly scanned the shaken room and turned his gaze back to Kira. Lord Speaker, he said, voice unhurried, how exactly do you plan to pass judgment on a supposed ally of a devil like me? Kira's fists clenched. His face twitched uncontrollably, rage simmering just beneath the surface. But then, a crooked smile spread across his lips. Humph! So what if you're powerful? Kira sneered. Go ahead, take the devil and leave if you must. But as the Speaker of the Magic Council, I hereby pronounce you and Asta guilty of high treason. From this moment forward, you are exiled. Permanently. Oh! Ethan tilted his head slightly, his eyes obscured by his hair. His tone was quiet, too quiet. Exile? This guy still didn't get it, did he? Hey, Ethan murmured, lifting his eyes, before I'm exiled, am I allowed to kill you first? The courtroom froze. Ethan's expression was utterly calm. But the way he looked at Kira? I see. Unshaken. Kira instinctively stumbled back a step. Then another. And another. He didn't know why he was retreating. His body simply reacted. Ethan, don't. Calm down. Asta called from the side. Killing Kira wasn't the answer. If Ethan struck here, everything would fall apart. The accusation of being a devil's accomplice would be set in stone, and Ethan would lose his place in the Clover Kingdom, cut off from the Black Bulls, from Hage Village, from everything. Do I look like a brute to you? Ethan stopped, sneering at Kira. Kill you? Please. You're not even worth dirtying my hands. Then his tone shifted, sharp and cold. Let's not waste more time. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. You clear Asta and Secret of all charges. We walk away, and I pretend none of this happened. 2. You insist they're guilty, and I'm a devil's lackey. In that case, I'll act the part. First step? Kill every single one of you in this room. His words chilled the room to the bone. It was spring, yet it felt like winter had swallowed the entire hall. He's bluffing. Right. He's just trying to scare us. He wouldn't dare touch a royal like me. A gesture. Ethan raised one hand. Magic gathered instantly. A portly noble seated on the upper dais suddenly lifted off the ground like a rag doll and was hurled before Ethan. Shing! The man opened his mouth to protest, but no sound came out. A blade of wind sliced clean through his throat. Blood sprayed across the floor. Still think I'm bluffing? The courtroom erupted. A demon? He's really a demon. Gods, he actually killed someone. Run! Get out of here! The once proud hall of governance transformed into a madhouse. Nobles, royals, and ministers tripped over themselves to flee, pride forgotten, dignity abandoned. In the face of death, all were equal. But escape? Impossible. Wind form magic, dome of storms. Without even opening his grimoire, Ethan summoned countless wind elements. In moments, the entire building was sealed off by layer upon layer of howling, impenetrable wind. Far away, on the palace balcony, Captain Yami watched the dome form with unease. Julius, are we really just going to let this happen? The wizard king Julius Novacrano watched in silence, then slowly shook his head. This was inevitable. He had always dreamed of a kingdom without discrimination. A land where people were judged by merit, not by birth or power. But prejudice still festered. Maybe his methods had been too soft. Now, the times had chosen someone else to carry that dream forward. Back inside the storm-sealed hall, panic continued to spread. Run? Impossible. Fight? Futile. Everyone present now realized how hopeless their situation was. Ethan's voice echoed through the chamber, measured and calm, time is a precious thing. Starting now, every minute that passes, I'll randomly kill one of you. Let's see, over 300 of you here. That's 5 hours or so. Of course, whenever your dear speaker Kira decides to do the right thing, this ends. Kira's face turned ashen. He wasn't afraid of dying. But if Ethan killed him now, the label of devil's accomplice would be etched into truth whether real or not. Yet this method of terrorizing everyone into submission, he had no answer for it. Most of the kingdom's top elite were in this hall, even the king himself. If they all died here, Clover Kingdom would be finished. Ethan, this might be too much. Even after being smeared and almost executed, Asta's kind heart surfaced again. He couldn't bear to see innocent people die. Ethan looked at him sideways. Too much. He gave a cold chuckle. Let me teach you something today, those who act crazy scare the cowards. And cowards scare the ones who fake bravery. When someone threatens you, you hit back even harder. Otherwise, they'll just keep stepping on you. He gestured around the hall. You think I could actually kill all of them? Please. These nobles valued their lives above all else. Under threat of death, they would say anything to survive. Sure enough, Speaker Kira, maybe this was all a misunderstanding. Captain Hayes just risked his life for the kingdom, didn't he? How could he be a traitor? I agree. If he were really with devils, we'd all be dead already. Ethan smirked. Finally, some sense. Why did they always need to be scared half to death before they used their brains? The same ones who acted so noble and righteous moments ago were now groveling in fear. So, Lord Speaker, Ethan said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, what's your final verdict? Kira's fists trembled. But he couldn't argue anymore. Couldn't fight. Couldn't lie. After a long breath, he finally gritted his teeth and said, fine, you win. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Into the Witch's Forest. Chairman, are we really just letting them leave like that? Watching Ethan, Asta, and Secret walk away, one of the attendants couldn't hide his frustration. But no one was more unwilling than Chairman Kira himself. And yet, what choice did he have? He knew Ethan wasn't bluffing. Had he stayed stubborn until noon, most of the council would already be dead. Phew, that was close, Asta exhaled in relief. Thanks, Ethan. But hey, Asta continued, tilting his head, you weren't actually gonna kill them all just now, right? Thwack. Secret lightly thumped Asta's forehead with a tiny fist, her face full of exasperation. You idiot! Of course not. He was just scaring those nobles and royals. Otherwise, do you think Kira would have caved so fast? Oh, right. Asta laughed sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. I really thought you were gonna massacre everyone. Ethan met his gaze calmly. No, I wasn't joking. If it had come to that, I would have done it. Killing them all would have caused irreparable damage to the Clover Kingdom. As much as those nobles and royals disgusted him, Ethan couldn't deny their importance to the kingdom's structure. But not killing them just because they were important? Sorry, not his style. That was the fundamental difference between him and people like Asta. Ethan wasn't bound by ideals. If it came down to it, he would act no hesitation, no mercy. The capital bustled with life, streets packed with vendors and shoppers, laughter echoing off the rebuilt stonework. A month had passed since the demonic invasion. Reconstruction was nearly complete. People smiled everywhere, grateful to be alive. But not everyone shared in the peace. Black Bull Base common room. The entire Black Bull squad had gathered in the main lounge. Yami sat on the couch, legs crossed, a cigarette burning between his fingers. Despite his usual laid-back posture, there was a deep furrow in his brow. Across the room, Asta and the others paced restlessly. This is the 10th day, right? Noelle's voice trembled slightly. Why isn't Vanessa back yet? 10 days ago, Vanessa had left the base and vanished. At first, they hadn't worried. Maybe she'd gotten drunk somewhere and passed out. Typical Vanessa. But 10 days with no word? We've checked everywhere, every tavern in the capital, even out by the border towns. Nothing, Finral reported. I searched the nearby forests, Magna added. No signs of anyone staying there. I've asked other squads to keep an eye out, but no word yet. Said Charmy. No matter how they cut it, the facts were clear, Vanessa was missing. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Yami exhaled a cloud of smoke and crushed the cigarette in the ashtray. This wasn't normal. You don't disappear for 10 days without a trace unless something serious happened. Trouble always shows up in waves. Yami muttered. Still, as captain, he didn't let panic take hold. Instead, he mentally went through every possible scenario. If it was foul play, then someone must have had a motive. But Vanessa had never made any enemies that he knew of. And if it was some kind of natural disaster, the kingdom had reported nothing out of the ordinary lately. That left only one possibility: Kriok. Just then, the front door opened. All eyes turned instantly toward it. Vanessa, you're back at? Wait. Ethan. The collective hope instantly deflated. Ethan walked in, confused by the sour expressions. What's with the long faces? I'm not welcome. No one answered. They slumped back onto the sofas, deflated like popped balloons. Ethan scratched his head, still baffled. Anyway, I actually came to ask you all a favor, he said. You know my new squad, Dawnlight? We're still green. I was hoping we could do a little training match. Team to team, what do you think? Asta nodded, then hesitated and shook his head. The others all seemed equally unenthusiastic. Even Luck, usually the first to jump at a fight, looked totally uninterested. Something was seriously wrong. Yami stood up. It's not the right time, Ethan. We've got a problem on our hands. A problem? Ethan asked, raising an eyebrow. It's Vanessa, Yami said. As the story unfolded, Ethan's brows drew together in thought. 10 days gone, no trail, no enemies. This wasn't just drunken wandering. Something was off. But if it wasn't a grudge or an accident, then what? Then it clicked. Ethan stroked his chin, voice low. I've got a guess. Might sound crazy, but what if she's in the witch's forest? The room fell silent. Witches? Forest? Someone echoed. Even Noelle froze, her eyes going wide. Wait, the witch's forest? That place? The hidden haven where all the witches live? The one where every man who enters ends up dead? Ethan nodded. That's the one. And it's not a myth. It's real. But, why would Vanessa go there? Asta asked, stunned. Only Yami sighed. He'd never pressed for his squad mates' pasts. But that didn't mean he was clueless. I should have told you earlier, Yami admitted. Vanessa is a witch. Gasp. Everyone stared, stunned. But when they thought about it, her clothes, her aura, her charm, it kind of made sense. Vanessa, a witch? Then what are we waiting for? Asta said, pulling out the Demon Slayer sword and planting it into the floor. Crackling lightning flared across Luck's body as he stepped up. Even Ghosh, ever the doting big brother, stood with burning resolve. What do you mean, what now? Of course we go get her back. To access 40+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, Chapter 135, Chapter 135, The Star That Falls from Heaven. So I got dragged onto a pirate ship, hey. Aboard the flying magic craft, Ethan rubbed his hair with a sigh, a helpless expression on his face. But even if the others hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have stood by and done nothing. Vanessa might be a member of the Black Bulls, but she and Ethan shared a fair amount of personal history. Not to mention Noelle, whose complicated connection with him was something neither of them could fully explain. Even putting all that aside, they were on the same side. He wouldn't just watch from the sidelines. There's a legend that the Witch's Forest is ruled by the Witch Queen, Noelle explained. She's said to be the mother of all witches and has the ability to foresee the future. That sounds crazy powerful, Asta blinked. Then he grinned. But hey, we've already beaten a devil. What's a queen? Smack. A knuckle to the head, not from Noelle, but from Captain Yami. Confidence is fine. Arrogance'll get you killed. They had indeed taken down a devil, but that had come with a lot of luck, Licht awakening, the first Wizard King's return, and Ethan's own power awakening in the nick of time. Without all that, they'd be 6 feet under by now. Don't underestimate them, Yami said with a serious look. You all might not know much, but the kingdom has had military skirmishes with the Witch's Forest before. They're strong. So strong, even the Diamond Kingdom doesn't dare mess with them lightly. The Diamond Kingdom? Asta raised his brows. Even that warmongering bunch leaves them alone. That's right. Come on, it's just a forest. How strong could it be compared to a whole country? Yami snorted. Not stronger. But think of it like a rose with thorns. You try to pluck it, and your hands get shredded before you get a whiff of the petals. By now, their flying magic craft had arrived over the destination. Below them stretched a vast, dense forest. But this one was different. An eerie white mist blanketed the entire area, making it impossible to see what lay beneath. It's not just trees down there, Yami muttered. It's full of witches. If we rush in head first, we'll alert the whole nest. I recommend infiltration. A rescue mission should avoid bloodshed if possible. Nice idea, Ethan said, but I don't think it's gonna work. Look at this mist. The fog was thick, visibility near zero. Navigating it would be impossible, let alone finding someone inside. More importantly, this mist wasn't natural. I'm sensing magic, Ethan continued. If I had to guess, this is some kind of barrier. The moment anything from outside enters, they'll know. Everyone nodded grimly. So much for stealth. All right then, change of plan, Yami said. If we can't sneak in, we storm the gates. We split into teams of 2 and search separately. Ghosh, Luck, you're together. Charmy, Ril, you too. They were there to find Vanessa, not to start a war. Spreading out meant more ground covered and faster mobility. Ethan, you'll pair WITSSSK. Yami trailed off as he turned and saw something that made him inhale sharply. What the hell are you doing? He muttered. Everyone turned and stared. Ethan had already summoned his 4-leaf grimoire, floating beside him. His internal power began to shift, morphing into wind magic. Green light coated his body, flickering with a mystical energy, somewhere between divine and demonic. Wind gathered, the atmosphere itself starting to churn. Up above, the once clear skies darkened rapidly. Boom boom boom, the pressure mounted. Magic gathered, compressed, peaked. Then 7 colossal tornadoes erupted from the heavens and slammed straight into the witch's forest below. Ultimate creation wind magic, Boreas, northern god's tempest. Kaboom! The land shook. The sky howled. Each tornado had a diameter of more than 100 meters, tearing through trees and terrain like celestial meat grinders. Witches caught off guard were flung helplessly into the air. The forest wailed. The earth groaned. Those inside had no chance to prepare, let alone resist. Who dares? Deep in the forest, even the slumbering corpses buried 100 meters underground felt the tremor. High on a palace balcony, the Witch Queen stared toward the chaos in fury. From above, Ethan's voice echoed through the clouds like divine judgment. Witch Queen! You've taken someone you shouldn't have. You have 10 seconds to return Vanessa, or today, the witch's forest will vanish from the face of this world. The words weren't loud, but they carried. From the skies to the underworld, his voice rang through every inch of the forest. 10. 9. 8. Ethan counted calmly, each syllable heavy as iron. Surviving witches finally understood this wasn't some natural disaster. This was a man-made cataclysm. Is he human? One of them whispered in terror. No way a person could have power like that. Is he a devil? He's looking for someone. Vanessa? Didn't she escape the forest long ago? Where's the queen? She has to do something. Up in the air, Ethan's presence radiated overwhelming force. He seemed less like a man and more like a force of nature. Power like this could only be stopped by their queen. But the countdown didn't pause. 3. 2. 1. The Witch Queen hadn't responded. Ethan's eyes narrowed. Guess you thought I was bluffing. He raised a hand and his wind magic vanished. A new grimoire appeared beside him, this one blank, coverless, humming with an ominous energy. He had switched elements. Among all the magic types he possessed, some were incredibly destructive but few could rival this one in sheer presence. Whoosh! Magic flared. Ethan raised a hand to the sky. The clouds parted and a crimson glow blanketed the heavens. A titanic burning star emerged beyond the veil, casting a blood-red light across the land. Fall celestial magic, heaven-piercing starquake. The star began to descend. The heavens trembled. And the entire witch's forest stood at the brink of annihilation. To access 40+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, Chapter 136, Chapter 136 Clash of Cataclysms, Ethan vs. the Witch Queen. Boom! A deafening roar thundered through the skies as a massive stone sphere nearly 300 meters in diameter descended into view. Is that a star? Shock overwhelmed the minds of onlookers, leaving them incapable of rational thought. Shooting stars in the night sky typically represent beauty and hope. But this star, no, this falling celestial force was nothing but destruction and despair. Fall. A calm murmur escaped Ethan's lips as he drew his finger downward. The colossal sphere began a vertical plunge toward the witch's forest. The sheer force ripped through the atmosphere. With every meter it descended, the surrounding air thinned further. The pressure. The suffocation. The fear. It was maddening. Trees splintered, snapping like twigs, and the ground cracked open in jagged veins. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. How dare you! The Witch Queen's face twisted in unrestrained fury. That immense meteor, if it truly struck, would leave nothing of the forest or its inhabitants. And as the sovereign of all witches, she would not stand by and watch it burn. Blood creation magic, exploding blood spears. Roaring in fury, her magic surged outward, drawing blood from every living being within the forest. From rabbits and stray beasts to large mammals, but most of all, from the witches injured by Ethan's earlier wind magic. Shape it first. Focus the will. Then form the weapon. In a flash, crimson lances composed entirely of blood manifested and shot upward like a volley of Gatling fire. Bang! Boom! Crack! Each spear collided with the meteor, erupting into sharp detonations that echoed across the sky and land. The meteor's speed began to slow, its surface breaking and flaking apart. Witnessing this, Ethan narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, as expected. She's a formidable one. The Witch Queen, though she only had a brief appearance in the original tale, was no lightweight. To underestimate her would be fatal. As the matriarch of all witches, her strength had already touched the zero domain, the pinnacle of magical mastery. This was exactly why a relatively small forest like this could survive undisturbed between the Clover Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom. Otherwise, if not for her, the war-hungry Diamond Kingdom would have long since reduced this place to ash. Boom! Thud! Though the meteor was shattered by the blood spears, the fragments still rained down relentlessly. Flames spread like wildfire. The entire witches' forest choked with smoke and ruin. Whoosh! Another blood spear shot toward Ethan, swift and lethal. He tilted his head slightly, dodging it with ease, then seized it with his right hand. Analysis. Focusing a part of his mind, Ethan whispered to himself. Learning new magic properties was easier for him than most. He didn't need fancy magic eyes, just direct contact. And nothing taught faster than holding the magic itself. Blood magic. An unconventional attribute, yes, but that didn't make it weak. Quite the opposite, sometimes the rarest magics had the most terrifying potential. Take Secret's seal magic for instance. What was once thought to be just glorified lock-picking could, under the right hands, seal or undo even demonic powers. And blood magic, well. Whoosh! 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 3 more blood spears hurtled through the sky. No time to analyze further, Ethan dropped altitude instantly, weaving between the strikes. Just then, the Witch Queen appeared in the sky, facing them directly. TCH. So much for a stealth mission. That's her? The Witch Queen. Guess we're fighting after all. Get ready, everyone. Yami and the others drew their grimoires, ready for battle. But Ethan raised a hand and shook his head. You guys go find Vanessa. I'll handle her. His words landed with the weight of stone, firm and unshakable. You sure? Yeah. Be careful. Let's move, Asta. Yami nodded. He could sense the Witch Queen's terrifying strength. But Ethan was no pushover either. As the others retreated, the battlefield narrowed to just 2 figures in the sky. Their magic clashed in the air like invisible thunder, a storm of pressure pressing against the heavens. Incredible, this man. The Witch Queen narrowed her eyes, her focus absolute. They hadn't even exchanged blows, yet she could already sense the unwavering strength in his presence. This man. He was her equal. He stood on the same level. And yet she'd never seen him before. She knew Colin, the Archmage of the Diamond Kingdom. She'd met Julius, the Magic Emperor of the Clover Kingdom. But this man wasn't either of them. Name's Ethan Hayes, Captain of Clover Kingdom's 10th Squad Dawnlight. Clover Kingdom? Ethan Hayes? The Witch Queen blinked in surprise. I didn't expect the Clover Kingdom to birth someone who could rival the Magic Emperor himself. But regardless of who you are, you'll pay for this devastation. She wasn't one to pick fights for no reason, but this wasn't a fight she started. Her home was being torn apart. If she backed down now, she'd lose all right to be called queen. Blood creation magic, cursed crimson tide. Boom! A towering wave of blood, cursed and churning, rose like a tsunami and rushed toward Ethan. Her blood-red grimoire radiated a blinding light. Hat! Cursed blood magic? Not bad. But it's not enough. Spirit magic flame dragon's breath. Roar. With a mighty roar, a tiny flame dragon manifested on Ethan's shoulder, none other than the fire spirit herself. Her scorching breath surged forth like molten fury, evaporating the blood tide in an instant. The fire spirit. The Witch Queen's eyes widened. One of the 4 great elemental spirits, and she was fighting beside him? And not just that he had summoned wind, brought down a meteor, and now wielded fire. Just how many magic attributes does this man have? Who is he? Chapter 137, Chapter 137 Clash of Titans. Damn, this really is a battle between monsters. Asta couldn't help but mutter as he glanced back at the battlefield. Even though they'd put some distance between themselves and the fight, the thunderous roars and magical explosions still felt like they were ringing right in his ears. Blinding lights, overwhelming magic. The witch's forest was completely engulfed in the chaos, and the power continued to spread outward like a storm. The level of that battle was far beyond anything they could handle. Asta silently thought to himself, come to think of it, I'm getting further and further away from Ethan Hayes. His dream had always been to become the Wizard King. That meant surpassing everyone. Yet somehow, both he and Yuno had fallen far behind. Zero domain. It was hard to believe that the same guy who had come from the frontier with him had reached that level in just 2 years. And Asta? What are you daydreaming about, brat? Now's not the time to be zoning out, growled Yami. Nothing, really. Just feeling a bit reflective, that's all, Asta said with a sheepish smile, shaking his head. Even if he hadn't said anything, Yami, his captain and their boss, saw right through him. And honestly, who could blame him? It was like 3 guys arriving in the city to work. A few years later, one's the CEO, another is a department manager, and the third is still hauling bricks on a construction site. The gap was hard to put into words. But Yami gave Asta's shoulder a solid pat. Don't let it get to you too much. That guy's built different. Most people puke blood trying to compete with him. Ethan's achievements might have seemed vague or abstract to others, but Yami understood the truth. Part of it was talent, but most of it came from that golden bloodline Ethan carried. That blood held a mysterious and powerful force. It enhanced him in every way, granted him gifts most mages could only dream of. Yeah, that guy's definitely not someone normal folks can compare to, added Secret, her tone calm but certain. No one understood what Ethan carried inside him better than she did. If he ever fully unleashed it, it could bring the world to its knees. We're here. That's the Witch Queen's castle up ahead, right? Vanessa's probably inside, someone shouted, spotting the looming fortress in the distance. Everyone picked up their pace. Ethan was holding off the Witch Queen, but who knew how long that'd last? Rescuing Vanessa quickly could mean escaping quickly too. Boom! Boom! Shockwaves erupted, and a tide of blood-red magic surged through the forest. Blood magic, cursed and corrosive by nature. Just 1 drop was enough to reduce a normal person to bleached bone and ash. Pointless, Ethan muttered with a smirk, flames flickering around him as he commanded the fire spirit into action. Sure, the Witch Queen was also in the zero domain, but she didn't give off the kind of pressure Julius had. That might have been due to their magic affinities. But either way, Ethan didn't see her as a true threat. You arrogant brat! The Witch Queen's brow twitched, her face tightening with fury. But she didn't lose her composure. She knew very well that the strength of the zero domain alone wasn't enough to bring down someone like Ethan. I don't know how long you've been in the zero domain. But did you really think the Witch's Forest has stood between 2 great nations all these centuries just with that kind of strength? She raised her voice, her eyes sharp. Let me show you what it means to be a seasoned wielder of the domain. 3-fold dominion. Ha! It was like the heavens collapsed and the earth surged upward. That was the first sensation Ethan felt. It was as if he were trapped in an industrial press. Massive pressure came down from all directions. His body was crushed under the weight, slamming into the ground and embedding deep into the forest floor. What the hell, this pressure? Ethan's brow furrowed as he struggled to rise. But forget standing, just lifting a finger required absurd effort. Is this magic? No, she uses blood magic. No matter how refined, it couldn't be this, invisible. Besides, my blood is still flowing normally. He couldn't make sense of it. It felt like an invisible giant hand had slammed him into the earth and held him there, tightening its grip. The pressure continued to mount, cracking the ground and sinking him deeper into it. He couldn't move. Humph! As she released the threefold dominion, the Witch Queen let out a low laugh. She had once believed the Zero Domain to be the pinnacle of magic. But the longer she lived, the more she realized that wasn't true. Above the Zero Domain, was the realm of Heaven and Earth Dominion. A mystical force granted only to those who had mastered the domain completely. A power bestowed by the world itself. Of course, it wasn't easy to harness. Even after centuries of research and cultivation, she had only mastered 3 out of 9 layers. But that was more than enough to crush a rookie who barely knew what dominion even was. Now, atone for your sins. She raised her hand. Magic began to gather in her palm. He's going to die. A blood-red spear took shape, its surface shimmered with deadly brilliance, brimming with compressed magical force. Just looking at it made Ethan's scalp tingle and heart pound. If it landed, he wouldn't survive. Swish! Without hesitation, she hurled the spear at the immobilized Ethan below. The sound of it ripping through the air twisted the space around it. 100 meters. 50. 10. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Imperial sword. Ethan's eyes widened, and he roared the words with all his might. Clang! A crisp impact rang out. A crimson beam of energy burst from Ethan's chest, launching upward and meeting the blood spear Hedon. As the two collided, cracks spread across the spear like spider webs. Within a second, it shattered, disintegrating into magical dust. Thud! The crimson beam stabbed into the ground beside Ethan. As the light faded, the Witch Queen finally got a clear look at what it was. Her eyes narrowed. A sword. Chapter 138, Chapter 138. The blade that defies the world. The crimson blade shimmered with deep, ancient engravings etched along its length. Its hilt was shaped like a dragon's head, with a phoenix tail pommel, exuding an aura of noble majesty and dominance. But more than its regal appearance, what truly surprised the Witch Queen was this sword wasn't affected by her triple-layered dominion at all. Half narrowing her eyes, the Witch Queen scrutinized the suddenly appearing great sword. There was no doubt it belonged to Ethan. Yet, under the suppression of the world dominion, nothing, not people nor objects, should be able to resist its crushing force. Ha! Ethan let out a long breath. The tension in his chest finally loosened a bit. Sure, he still had 2 uses left of the dragon blood rebirth, but that didn't mean he wanted to die. Thankfully, Imperial Sword came through, saving him in the nick of time. Still, what the hell was that just now? Ethan was completely baffled. Technically, both he and the Witch Queen were Zero Domain users, equals in magical tier. Even if she was a bit stronger, there was no reason he should have been rendered completely immobilized. That moment felt like he was facing the sky itself, or the earth, not a person. A force of nature. Before he could puzzle it out further, the Witch Queen advanced. In the blink of an eye, she was already upon him. Triple Dominion descended again like a mountain range collapsing from the heavens. The ground trembled and cracked as overwhelming force poured down like a tidal wave. Every molecule of air was locked in place. And yet, the Imperial Sword didn't move a muscle. It stood tall, planted before Ethan like a pillar holding up the sky, unyielding and unmoved. TCH. Something's not right, the Witch Queen muttered, her brow furrowed. A mere magical artifact, no matter how exceptional, should not be able to defy world dominion. Even if it could, it shouldn't be able to change the course of battle. Die! She summoned her magic again. Blood surged and howled as her zero-domain powers erupted outward. Wherever her blood magic flowed, life decayed. Everything withered in its wake. But the imperial sword ignited with red light once more. No one controlled it. It moved on its own, slicing downward like a blade splitting oceans apart. Boom! A sea of blood surged across the battlefield, threatening to drown everything, but the imperial sword stood like a divine dam, parting the tide. Not a single drop touched Ethan. Nice! Ethan smirked inwardly. He didn't know exactly what was restraining him. But whatever it was, imperial sword wasn't affected in the slightest. Even if he himself couldn't move, the sword held power equal to his own. Impossible! Just, what is this thing? The Witch Queen's expression turned from rage to disbelief. She had gone all out with that last attack. Even a seasoned archmage like Colin or the Wizard King Julius would have struggled to deflect it heedin. Swish! The imperial sword soared into the air like a comet. The Witch Queen's eyes widened. She immediately threw up a blood-red shield of magic around her. Crash! Nanny! Her mouth dropped. One clean strike, and her blood barrier shattered like glass. Drib! Drib! Blood trickled down her arm as she clutched her shoulder, wounded. But more than the pain, her attention was locked on that sword. What is this sword? Ethan, breathing hard, watched the imperial sword chase her through the air. Looks like I've got a moment to catch my breath. Still pinned down by that crushing force, he could barely lift his head. Even now, he couldn't move. But he had to figure out why he was like this. Relax. Even if the sword can't kill her, it should buy me time. Right now, I need to understand what the hell is happening to me. He tried to focus. His mana was circulating fine. There wasn't any foreign magic invading him. Which meant the problem wasn't internal. It had to be external. Damn it! I still can't move. He summoned all his strength, trying to break through the invisible pressure. But the harder he struggled, the heavier it got. It was like quicksand. The more he resisted, the deeper he sank. Then, he remembered something. Didn't that hag say something about world dominion? Brute force clearly wasn't the answer. He had to outthink this. But how does she use it? What is it, really? Suddenly, Master! Master, can you hear me? A voice echoed in Ethan's mind. Imperial sword. Their bond ran deeper than blood. They were linked by fate. Telepathy was just the start. Master, the sword spoke again, she's strong. Even though I can bypass her magic defenses with my anti-magic properties, her blood magic regenerates too quickly. Without you personally wielding me, I can't deal lethal damage. Then, can you at least push her back? Ethan asked urgently. If he couldn't win, retreating was the next best option. He was still completely paralyzed. There was no guarantee he'd last long. Looking up, he saw the Witch Queen's fury rising. This thing! What the hell is it? Why doesn't my magic work on it? She'd lived for over 1,000 years. She had seen all forms of magic, relics, curses, artifacts, but never something like this. A weapon immune to triple world dominion, that autonomously fought on behalf of its wielder, and even had the power to nullify magic? It's unthinkable. I'm being hunted down by a damn sword. Then a cruel glint flashed in her eyes. Wait. If it's a magical artifact, that means her gaze shifted to Ethan, still motionless on the ground. If I kill him, the sword stops. And then it'll be mine. Blood magic, blood god spear. No. Ethan's heart jolted. He could take a hit or dodge under normal conditions, but right now, he was completely helpless. Master! The imperial sword instantly pivoted, transforming into a crimson streak of light. Boom! 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 Blades slashed in every direction, creating an impenetrable storm of afterimages. Dozens of blood god spears were cleaved midair before they could strike. But that was just a distraction. The Witch Queen had already landed on the ground nearby. Crimson Dominion Blood Veil Eclipse. The entire area turned red. A giant blood moon hung high overhead, casting an eerie crimson glow across the forest. The air filled with the stench of blood. Cracks tore through the ground as blood geysers surged upward. The world around them shifted, becoming twisted and surreal. Welcome, to my world. Here, I make the rules. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Breaking the Foundation, Challenging the Heavens. Ethan stared blankly at the changing scene before him. Calling it magic felt like an understatement. How could any spell shift the heavens and reshape the world so thoroughly? Master, this is bad. It's a domain. I didn't expect that old witch to be this powerful already. A domain? Ethan frowned in confusion. Master, it's normal you don't know. Your training time has been short. A domain is a unique ability that can only be used after reaching the zero domain and receiving the recognition of the heavens themselves. Once inside it, the caster gains a massive power boost while suppressing their opponent's strength. In plain terms, they're the butcher, you're the meat. The sword spirit's explanation made Ethan's brow furrow even more. But then, a thought occurred to him. Wait. You said only those who've reached zero domain and received heavenly authority can use a domain. I've reached zero domain too, so why can't I use it? He wasn't wrong. The witch was indeed in the zero domain, but so was he. Why the discrepancy? There are 9 tiers of heavenly authority. But gaining it isn't easy. From what fragments I remember, only a rare few have ever received heaven's recognition. A rare few? So only geniuses, hey? Skip the lecture, just tell me how to gain this heavenly recognition. Ethan snapped. Whether or not he was a genius, he couldn't afford to waste time debating it. Destroy your foundation. Otherwise, it won't happen. Ethan froze. Destroy his foundation? He knew exactly what that meant. Not dispersing his magic power, but destroying his grimoire. To a mage, that was the same as suicide. Grimoires weren't just for show, they were vessels that stored spells, channels for casting magic, and catalysts for strengthening one's domain powers. Without a grimoire, not only would his strength plummet, he'd lose all hope of advancing further in magic. You want me to destroy my grimoire? Are you insane? He demanded. It does sound insane. But that's the only way to earn heavenly recognition. That's why I said only a tiny fraction of people ever succeed. Most don't have the courage to try, and those who do often still fail. Ethan took a long breath. He didn't think the sword spirit was lying. But still, destroying his grimoire right out of the gate? That was all in, and Ethan wasn't the type to gamble everything on a single bet. Buy me some time. Keep that witch busy, he ordered. Even though spiritual communication happened in an instant, real time was still moving forward. And the Witch Queen was already bearing down on him. With a crimson flash, the imperial sword transformed no longer a blade, but a girl in a flowing celestial dress. Using the sword form to counter the Witch Queen's spells was effective, but without a wielder, the sword's full potential couldn't be unleashed. But in this form, it was different. She wasn't just the sword spirit anymore, she was a zero-domain powerhouse in her own right. Seeing the transformation, the Witch Queen's eyes widened in disbelief. A magic tool can take human form? What kind of nonsense is this? In all her centuries of life, she had never seen such an absurdity. Magic tools could be powerful, some ancient relics possessed immense strength. But to take human form and have sentience? No, don't tell me, this is an ancient arcane relic. Ethan took a deep breath, glancing at the sword spirit currently fending off the Witch Queen. He summoned a grimoire, a plain one with only a colored cover and no magic insignia like the traditional Clovers. It was one of the 200+ grimoires he'd taken from the tower, this one with a poison attribute. He'd rarely used it. If this method worked, great. If not, at least he wasn't sacrificing his main book right away. Break. With a flick of his will, the poison grimoire began to crack, glowing green as it fractured like dry earth under drought. Within seconds, the book disintegrated into shimmering green motes of light, vanishing into the air. And immediately, Ethan felt his command over poison magic drop sharply. Spells he used to cast with ease now slipped through his mental grip. Out with the old, in with the new. Stay calm, he told himself. Feeling the sting of loss, he forced the regret out of his mind and focused. Destroying the grimoire was only the first step he still needed to make heaven notice. He let his zero-domain mental energy spread outward, reaching toward the void, attempting to connect with the heavens themselves. He's destroying a grimoire, the Witch Queen murmured, still in battle with the sword spirit. Her eyes flicked toward Ethan, and in that moment, everything became clear. He's trying to contact the heavens. He wants to gain divine authority. Ha! Bold! Even as his enemy, she couldn't help but feel a sliver of admiration. When she herself had taken this step, she had spent over 10 years preparing. And even then, she had hesitated for several years before daring to destroy her own book. Ethan? He'd just entered the zero domain, barely finding his footing. And now, right in front of her, he dared to shatter his foundation? He's insane. But still, if there's even a 10% chance he'll succeed, I won't let it happen. The Witch Queen's expression turned grim. At her command, the Crimson Domain shook violently. Thick blood mist spread through the air. Dark clouds gathered overhead, clouds of blood, heavy and foul. The scent was nauseating, and when the mist touched the sword spirit's body, she instinctively backed off. The negative energy contained within was monstrous, riddled with dozens of curses. As a spirit, she was a soul given form. And these vile energies were her natural enemy. Szzz. From the sky, blood-red droplets began to fall, each drop sizzling like boiling acid, hissing against Ethan's skin as if it were ice being scorched. Sword formation. Shing! Shing! The sword spirit pressed her hands together, weaving a sigil with her fingers. Red beams of light burst from her body and shot into the 4 cardinal directions, forming a barrier that encased both of them in a sacred sword field. Tch. You've got some tricks, but inside my Crimson Domain, you'll die a slow, inevitable death, the Witch Queen muttered coldly. She couldn't deny that this bizarre magic tool was impressive. But so what? The Crimson Domain was forged from the threefold weight of heavenly authority. That was the might of the world itself. And no matter how strong a person's magic was, how could a mere human defy the heavens? Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Shadows of Conspiracy, Echoes of the Past. A pitiful show of strength. The sword spirit let out a cold snort, a hint of disdain in her voice. Although her memory was sealed, her instincts and intuition remained intact. This so-called power of heaven and earth felt underwhelming to her. But regardless of her thoughts, a fallen phoenix is still weaker than a chicken. Without her peak strength, even a dull blade could still draw blood. She looked toward Ethan and asked, "Master, how's it going on your end? Are you sure you're not scamming me? I've already destroyed over a dozen grimoires." Ethan replied in exasperation. Starting with the poison attribute grimoire, he had since destroyed grimoires of sand, iron, paper, altogether 15 in total. Yet, he received nothing in return. Not even the slightest reaction from heaven and earth. Although these attributes weren't ones he used frequently, the sheer waste was still painful. Really? That shouldn't be possible. The sword spirit frowned, clearly puzzled. According to her knowledge, that was how one obtained the power of heaven and earth, by destroying grimoires. Unless... "Master, have you truly reached the zero domain?" she asked. "Of course. Don't you have the ability to sense it yourself? Wait, are you saying Ethan immediately caught her implication. With a thought, he summoned the four-leaf clover fire attribute grimoire. Break. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ethan finally made his decision. As the clover disintegrated, the book turned into crimson light and scattered into the air. Humph, all that effort for nothing. The Witch Queen sneered, controlling her crimson domain. She had been watching Ethan's every move. Truth be told, she had been shocked when he pulled out more than a dozen grimoires. Had she not witnessed it herself, she wouldn't have believed it. After all, everyone had only one grimoire. It was a universally accepted truth. But this moment proved that the world was vast and full of anomalies. Some indeed possessed multiple magic attributes. But so what? The power of heaven and earth isn't that easily obtained. She strengthened the crimson domain with full confidence. Destroying 15 grimoires and still no success could only mean Ethan wasn't ready yet. Boom! A sudden thunderclap echoed from the heavens. The Witch Queen instinctively looked up. The once scarlet sky looked as if it had been torn open. It transformed into a blazing red. One by one, heavenly flames began to rain down from the tier like a celestial flood overwhelming the earth. This is impossible. Heavenly flames descended straight onto Ethan. Yet, the scorching fire didn't burn him. Instead, like a fish returning to water, he felt at ease within it, free to swim in an endless ocean. This is the power of heaven and earth. Wrapped in heavenly fire, Ethan felt the overwhelming might. This was a force entirely different from magic. It could be called a force of nature or the power of the universe itself. And what he had just acquired was the power of heavenly flame. With the power of heavenly flame, Ethan slowly stood up. Though his movements were still sluggish, it was leagues better than being paralyzed before. Still, even if it's an upper-tier force, can it really counter her crimson domain? He pondered, sensing something was off. Now that he had the power, he also understood its workings. The power of heaven and earth was divided into 9 levels across 3 tiers. The higher the tier and level, the stronger the force. Each tier, low, middle, and high, held 3 levels. Although exceptions existed, tier usually trumped level. He had just awakened his power, while the Witch Queen had spent years mastering hers. She had already reached tier 3, capable of deploying an innate domain. Even if her force was of a lower tier, the sheer magnitude overwhelmed his lone upper-tier force. Had I really underestimated you? You actually awakened a high-tier heaven and earth force. But so what? Her voice was laced with jealousy and fear. She had taken years of preparation just to reach mid-tier, and yet this guy awakened a high-tier power in mere moments? A sentient magical weapon that could take human form, multiple elemental attributes, now this upper-tier heaven force. Someone this monstrous couldn't be allowed to live. Collapse. The Witch Queen activated her crimson domain further. She no longer intended to stall. The domain began rapidly shrinking. Its dense crimson aura exploded to its peak. Within the sword formation, the sword spirit felt immense pressure. The golden array showed signs of cracking. Master, I can't hold on much longer. That old witch is compressing her domain to cause a self-detonation. Ethan's brows furrowed. He didn't need her to say it. The constantly shrinking domain was concentrating power like a fuse, leading to an explosion. Once ignited, the result would be catastrophic. Sword spirit, can a person only obtain heaven and earth's power once in a lifetime? She nodded. But Ethan simply smiled. I don't believe that. Let's give it all. With a single thought, the green glow of the wind attribute 4-leaf grimoire floated before him. Beside it hovered a radiant gold light grimoire, a deep blue thunder grimoire, and more. Green, blue, purple, black. A kaleidoscope of colors shone brightly in front of him. Break. Without hesitation, he shattered them one by one. Each book burst into dazzling lights, transforming into colorful specks drifting upward. In this world dyed in blood red, a stunning rainbow emerged. Seeing this, the Witch Queen smirked with scorn. Fool! Everyone only gets one shot at heaven's power. Even if you sacrifice dozens more, it's pointless. Wah! Her eyes widened in shock. Above the crimson domain, streams of heavenly force were pouring down from the heavens. Golden, black, green. Each one surged downward all toward Ethan, who stood there smiling, arms wide open. Also, don't miss my new works, John Wick, rise by recruiting assassins. Naruto, the strongest Uchiha, the ninja world is in trouble. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, The Third Path, Heaven's Brick of Power impossible. How could this be? The Witch Queen's face twisted in horror, her heart turbulent as crashing waves. Heaven and earth might, this was a force that only those who stepped into the zero domain were even eligible to access. That's right, eligible, not guaranteed. Out of 10 people with the courage to sacrifice their grimoire, barely one would succeed. The first hurdle was already so difficult, how could there possibly be a second success, let alone a third? In all the ancient records she had read, there had never been a case like this. One person gaining more than a dozen fragments of heaven and earth might? Was the world itself going insane? As the heaven and earth might surged through him, there was only one word Ethan could use to describe the feeling: ecstasy. It felt like returning to the womb, bathed in divine light. Even his very soul felt washed clean, as if he were about to ascend and become a celestial being. Bathed in this divine force, Ethan quickly did the math: 10 fragments. That's not even 1/10 of all the attributes I possess. But thanks to earlier failures, he had learned something important: not all attributes were equally compatible. In simple terms, success depended on his familiarity and depth of understanding. Attributes like poison or sand, which he hardly ever used, had naturally failed. They were like books stored on a shelf, never touched. In contrast, fire, wind, and light, the practical, frequently used attributes, succeeded with ease. It's giving me a choice, hey? Ethan furrowed his brow. He had a decision to make. From the feedback of the world's consciousness, he understood that he could shed some of the heaven and earth might to reconstruct the grimoires he had sacrificed. Just like the Witch Queen who, despite holding great might, still wielded her grimoires in battle. The other option was to retain all the heaven and earth might, keeping it undiminished, but permanently lose the sacrificed grimoires. This is clearly two entirely different paths. Ethan analyzed instantly. Option 1, no real loss. He'd get back the grimoires plus the heaven and earth might. A hybrid fighting style using both might and magic. The downside? A bit weaker compared to option 2 when on equal footing. Option 2, retain the full power of the might. But the grimoires and their forbidden spells would be gone, cutting his magical strength in half. A clear loss in versatility and power. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Master, are you going through heaven's choice right now? Don't even think, pick the third option. Ethan froze. Third option? What third option? Aren't there only 2, sacrifice or reconstruct? You never thought to ask, the sword spirit snapped back. Ask? Ask who? Ask the heavens. Wait, no way. It worked. Ethan stood dumbfounded. He had casually asked a rhetorical question and the heavenly will actually answered him. And even gave him a third option. What the hell, there's actually a third option. Ethan was speechless, laughing and crying all at once. Whoever discovered this must have been a total idiot. Only a fool would ask if there was a third choice when heaven and earth gave you just 2. Still, he was grateful to that fool right now. Because this third option solved everything. I choose the third option. Boom. The sky hummed in resonance, responding to Ethan's choice. A multicolored beam of light descended from the heavens, engulfing him completely. Please, give me something practical. He murmured. Within the divine radiance, Ethan could feel the heaven and earth might heat absorbed converging outward, ready to coalesce into a single item. This was the third option's effect, forge a spirit treasure imbued with the original might. Retain all the functions of a grimoire. Usable as a weapon in combat. Compared to the first two choices, this was miles ahead, a total game changer. Let it be a sword, or a spear, even a glaive would be fine. As the power surged in his palm, it began to shift and mold like clay, forming shape. When the light faded, and the item took form, Ethan looked down at what he held. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. A brick. What lay in his hand was a long, rectangular object, pitch black and smooth. It looked exactly like a brick from a construction site. The passionate flame in his heart snuffed out instantly. Well, I guess a brick's still something. At least all the functions are intact. He sighed. Unlucky, perhaps, but still fortunate in a way. Despite its unimpressive appearance, the brick was a heavenly spirit treasure. Congratulations, Master! This is a heaven-level spirit treasure. Most people who manage a third option only get regular ones, earth tier at best. The sword spirit's excited voice rang in his mind. Hearing that, Ethan's mood improved. Looking down at the brick, his gaze softened. Well then, let's see just how powerful you are. Wielding the brick like a street brawler, Ethan hurled it with all his might. As it left his hand, the brick grew in size, becoming a massive, mountain-like object as it shot toward the scarlet sky above. Boom! Whether it was the result of the earlier damage or the sheer force of the heaven tier brick, the entire crimson domain shattered. The blood red faded. Sunlight returned to the earth. Ethan was extremely pleased. With a flick of his hand, the brick shrunk and flew back to him, returning to palm size. Not bad. I usually prefer swords or spears, but this works too. He flashed a sly smile. It was like a bizarre version of some mythical martial move, flying mountain brick technique. Sure, it looked low class, but the power was there. Now then, Witch Queen, it's time we settle at. Where'd she go? Ethan blinked and looked around. There wasn't a soul in sight, just the remnants of their earlier battle. She ran off the moment you obtained all those fragments of heaven and earth might, the sword spirit said casually, brushing her hair. Back then, the domain had still been up, she couldn't have stopped her even if she'd wanted to. TCH. Who said villains are supposed to be dumb? Ethan scoffed. Aren't villains supposed to wait around, let the hero power up, then charge in and get one's hot? Running away mid-fight like that, what kind of script was she following? Oh well, not like she's a threat to me anymore. Ethan grinned and looked at the brick in his hand. Sure, the Witch Queen had triple heaven might, but he now had 11 separate heaven and earth might fragments, all of them high tier, a heaven tier spirit treasure, and his Emperor's sword. Even in a life or death battle, he was confident he had at least a 20% edge over her. And the best part? Let's see. I still have 180 unused attributes. If I study them all properly, that's 180 more fragments of heaven and earth might. Even Ethan himself felt overwhelmed by the thought. Even if each one was just a singletier heaven might, the sheer number would be enough to shake the heavens. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, The Fall of the Diamond Kingdom. The Witch's Forest still stood, though now it was little more than a shadow of its former self. The great luck that had once blessed it was gone. The devastation from the recent battle was one thing, but more importantly the Witch Queen herself had already fled. The witches who remained were pale and trembling, eyes full of fear. Ethan cast them only a faint glance, showing not the slightest interest, then turned to look in another direction. Yami, Asta, how's it looking? Did you find her? Ethan asked, scanning the area. Among the group, he didn't see that familiar figure. A bad feeling crept up his spine. Yami shook his head. Sorry. We searched the entire castle, but there's no sign of Vanessa. Not found. The news made Ethan's chest tighten. The joy he'd felt earlier from obtaining the celestial spirit treasure faded by several shades. Two possibilities, Yami went on. Either the Witch Queen took her, or she was taken, Ethan interrupted firmly. Compared to the alternative, he much preferred the first explanation. If you're going to take someone, you must have something to gain from it. Sure, Vanessa was a witch, but in the witches' forest there was no shortage of witches, good ones at that. The Queen had let Vanessa live outside for so many years without lifting a finger, why suddenly go to the trouble of bringing her back now? Yami exhaled smoke. If that's the case and she's not in immediate danger, then, what should we do about the witches' forest? You couldn't save your teammate by rushing blindly. As captain, Yami knew you had to set priorities. Geographically, the witches' forest sat right between the Diamond Kingdom and the Clover Kingdom. Whoever controlled it held an overwhelming strategic advantage. That was why the Diamond Kingdom had always coveted it. Hearing Yami's words, Ethan forced himself to set aside his emotions. Let's go. We'll inform the army to take over and garrison this place. As for Vanessa, we'll plan our move carefully. In the Clover Kingdom's capital. Without his magic and now looking like a young boy, Wizard King Julius Novacrano spoke gravely, startling everyone present. No need to guard against the Diamond Kingdom anymore. You mean, someone began. That's right, Julius said, nodding. Because the Diamond Kingdom no longer exists. A quiet heaviness filled his voice. They had been rivals, enemies even, and a part of him had wished for their destruction. But when it actually happened so suddenly, there was an odd emptiness to it. How? How could an entire kingdom just vanish? Ethan was easily the most shocked of them all. The Diamond Kingdom's fall was something he'd expected, but only later, after Asta and the others had gone to the Heart Kingdom. And there was still Saint Mage Colin. How could it just be gone? The news was heavily suppressed, Julius explained. By the time we heard about it, 22 days had already passed. 22 days? That's... Ethan, like Julius, was keenly aware of timing. 22 days ago was right after they'd finished fighting the Word Soul Devil. Go back a bit further, and that was when the national war with the Diamond Kingdom had taken place. Julius met Ethan's eyes. You've guessed it, haven't you? Yes, the Spade Kingdom struck while they were vulnerable. Spade. Heart. Diamond. Clover. All the nations were technically on the same continent, though separated by distance. While strength was balanced, they kept to themselves. But once one kingdom weakened, the others would pounce. Compared to the Diamond Kingdom, Clover was farther from Spade, a small mercy. Ethan shook his head and gave a short, humorless laugh. Figures. Guess they were just unlucky. He felt no sympathy. They were enemies, after all. But really, the Spade Kingdom is sly. I'm guessing they were watching the battlefield the whole time, Ethan added. Otherwise, there's no way they could have moved in so fast. Armies don't just march overnight, it takes time to mobilize, even with instant orders. And for the news to be locked down for over 20 days? They must have been ready in advance. Wouldn't surprise me if their troops were hiding nearby during our war. Julius nodded. Likely. But speculation is pointless now. By absorbing the Diamond Kingdom, the Spade Kingdom's power has grown immensely. We can't stand against them alone, so I plan to send an envoy to the Heart Kingdom to form an alliance. An alliance? The idea lit a spark of hope among the gathered magic knights. Even at full strength, the Clover Kingdom had struggled to match Spade in military might. But with the Heart Kingdom on their side, the balance could shift. I'll go. I'll take that mission. Asta declared, puffing out his chest, eyes glittering with excitement. Going abroad. He'd never even left the country. Foreign moons must be rounder, right? What do you mean you'll go? I'll go. No, me. Shouts broke out across the room. Apparently, all worlds had one thing in common: everyone loved a free trip. Enough, Julius said firmly. This is too important to risk failure, so... Me? Ethan asked dryly when Julius looked his way. His combat power was undeniable, but diplomacy wasn't exactly his strong suit. If someone gave him attitude, he'd probably deck them before thinking. Correct. I suspect the Spade Kingdom will try to ambush the envoy en route, so the one leading the mission must be strong. But knowing your temperament, this time you won't be alone. Mimosa. Here. Asta. Here. Mimosa Vermilion, though from the Golden Dawn, studied for a time in the Heart Kingdom when she was young. She has personal connections there, which will help. As for you, Asta, besides forming the alliance, I want you to investigate the matter of the devils. Ethan's lips quirked in a knowing smile. So Julius wasn't completely ignorant about devils after all. If anything, he probably knew more than he let on, and now he'd found an excuse to confirm it. Can I come too? Noelle raised her hand, cheeks pink. The others exchanged meaningful looks at Ethan, whose own face colored slightly as he looked away. Only Asta, bright-eyed with realization, blurted out, "Oh, so you just want a free trip too?" Chapter 143, Chapter 143 The name that must not be spoken public. My foot. Asta, you muscle-brained idiot, do you have anything in that head besides biceps? Noelle thumped Asta on the forehead, her voice sharp. Then she added more quietly, because I want to uncover the truth behind my mother's death. Aesir Silva? Hearing that, Julius silently repeated the name in his heart. He knew a bit about the Silva family's past. After all, Aesir Silva had been a fearsome woman in her time, praised as the sea god princess who danced across the battlefield with elegance. Yet, for some reason, she met an untimely end. I used to believe my mother died giving birth to me, but the truth is she was killed by a devil's curse. A devil's curse? I see, Julius said, finally understanding. Curses were unlike any other form of magic. For someone as powerful as Aesir to fall to it, only a devil could manage such a thing. Do you know which devil it was? It was me. Noelle cut herself off, remembering someone's warning. The sudden silence left the others hanging uncomfortably. Noelle, just spit it out already. Yeah, what's the devil's name? Where do they live? How many in the family? All right, enough. Some things aren't meant to be spoken aloud. Ethan interrupted their questions. Where do they live? How many in the family? What's next? Checking if they're registered voters. Actually, Ethan said, I do know a bit. His name is Megicula. Megicula? The group nodded without much reaction. But Noelle's face went pale, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Ethan. She looked as if she'd been struck by a sudden illness. Ethan! How could you say that out loud? You what? It's just a name. This Megi MMPH. Before Asta could finish, Ethan clamped a hand over his mouth and spoke quickly. Megicula is the devil who cursed and killed Noelle's mother. But he's special. Different from the word magic devil. Once you speak his name aloud, as long as you're in this world, you'll be targeted by the curse. Gulp. Asta swallowed hard. That was close, he'd almost said it himself. But Ethan, he said after freeing himself, if you knew that, why would you? Everyone turned to look at Ethan, the question in their eyes clear. Are you an idiot? I knew exactly what I was doing, Ethan said casually. Honestly? I just wanted to see how that thing tries to curse me. The room went quiet. No one quite knew how to respond. Is this guy insane? Everyone else fears this curse, and he's volunteering to test it. Well, do you feel anything strange now? Someone finally asked. Since it was already done, there was no undoing it. They might as well see what happened. Ethan closed his eyes and focused. Strange? Not really. Wait, here it comes. Boom. A nameless force descended from the void, thick, pitch black, reeking of malice. No one else could sense it, but Ethan could feel it trying to smother him. Yet a faint halo of light blocked the darkness. The celestial relic, Ethan realized. It was the treasure that contained the power of 11 natural laws. No matter how invasive the black mist was, it couldn't penetrate the relic's light. With a smirk, he willed the relic's power outward. The black fog hissed, dispersed, and vanished. Opening his eyes, Ethan smiled. Looks like the curse doesn't work on me. So all that fuss over nothing? Guess there's no reason to be scared then, Asta said, scratching his head. Julius shook his head, his tone serious. No. For anyone else here, even in my prime, this curse would be terrifying. He glanced at Ethan, a faint smile on his face. But I'm impressed. You've only just stepped into the zero domain, and you've already mastered the laws of heaven and earth. The Clover Kingdom needed Ethan's strength especially now. What's this laws of heaven and earth? Is it some kind of ultimate move? Asta's eyes sparkled. Idiot, Yami muttered, knocking him on the head. It's not something you can learn now. And without magic, you'll never touch it. Ethan spoke again, his voice calm but firm. Like the Wizard King said, don't say Megicula's name aloud. If you must, call him him. The curse is powerful, but at least I know now he's not invincible. Megicula had been in this world far longer than the word magic devil. Ethan didn't know the exact extent of his power, but the curse gave him clues. Speak his name, and you'll be cursed to death. No distance limit. No defense except overwhelming power. The only requirement, you have to say it aloud. For most, that was certain doom. But if your energy exceeded a certain threshold like Ethan's did, you could resist it, just as his celestial relic had done. That meant Megicula was strong, very strong, but not the absolute, untouchable monster people imagined. Otherwise, Ethan wouldn't still be standing there, smiling. To access 40+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon. Chapter 144, Chapter 144. Ambush on the open sea. A small wooden boat drifted lazily across the deep blue ocean. The sky was clear, and a warm breeze carried the scent of salt and sunshine. On deck, 2 men and 2 women lounged under the golden light, gazing at the endless horizon. We should reach the Heart Kingdom's border in about half a day. Mimosa said with a relaxed smile, her voice carrying a note of nostalgia. Asta's eyes lit up with excitement. Half a day, hey? But what's the Heart Kingdom actually like? It's beautiful. Incredibly beautiful, Mimosa said, her tone warm. When I studied abroad there, I was restricted in where I could go, but even from that small glimpse, I could see how full of life the whole country was. Compared to her own homeland, the Heart Kingdom felt like a hidden natural paradise, a place where the rhythm of nature soothed you from the inside out. But at that moment, Ethan stepped to the bow of the boat and waved his hand. Creak! The entire vessel jolted to a stop. The sudden halt made Asta and the others wobble unsteadily. Hey? What's going on, Ethan? Why'd you stop the boat? Ethan didn't answer. His eyes were fixed ahead at the seemingly empty sea. Then he raised his voice, come on out. Air's free, you know. Why hide in the water? Or do you want me to invite you up? Hearing that, Asta and the others instantly tensed, summoning their grimoires on instinct. Enemies. Yeah, there are a few living presences in the water. Most couldn't sense it, but Asta could feel it clearly through his ability to read ki. Humph, cowards. Fine, then I'll drag you out myself. Magic flared. The sea around them erupted into massive waves, one after another. The deck tilted wildly, forcing the others to grab hold of whatever they could. But Ethan stood unmoving, solid as a mountain. From the depths, enormous whirlpools began to churn. Boom! Like a bursting geyser, columns of water shot into the sky, scattering droplets that caught the sunlight and painted a rainbow. From within those streams, several figures dropped toward the deck. Water magic water arrows. Water magic water pillar. Water magic humph. Ethan didn't even glance at them. He simply extended his hand. Petty tricks. Time magic moment stasis. In an instant, both the spells and their casters froze, locked inside glowing spheres of temporal light. Though their bodies were immobilized, their eyes still betrayed shock and disbelief. Spade Kingdom soldiers, hey! Ethan muttered. What is this? Are they underestimating me? Sending small fry for an ambush? He didn't need to ask questions, their uniforms told him everything. The Diamond Kingdom might have fallen, but the Spade Kingdom's ambitions didn't stop there. The next targets would inevitably be the Clover Kingdom, or the Heart Kingdom. Either one alone might be able to resist, but if the two united, they would be a dangerous problem. Sending people to intercept him fit their political motives perfectly. But this was laughable. One's fourth domain, the rest fifth domain. What, is your boss cutting payroll and sending you here to die? Noel and Mimosa couldn't help but smile at his mockery. Truthfully, this wasn't a weak ambush by Clover Kingdom standards, these were high-level fighters. But they'd chosen the wrong target. Spectacularly wrong. Even if the two women didn't know whether Ethan was stronger than the late Wizard King, they were certain the gap couldn't be that large. And sending fourth and fifth domain mages to kill a Wizard King? That was beyond foolish. Ethan, what do we do with them? Should we contact the capital and have them taken in? Noel asked. No need. The moment his words fell, the frozen attackers began to age at a terrifying rate, skin shriveling, bodies withering. Within mere seconds, they were nothing but brittle skeletons, lifeless and silent. Ethan casually tossed the remains back into the sea and glanced up at the sky. They were clearly sacrificial pawns. Even if I questioned them, they'd have nothing useful to say. Let's keep moving. The Heart Kingdom is our priority. Far away, thousands of kilometers across the ocean, a massive ship sailed under the Spade Kingdom's banner. On its deck, a magical projection displayed everything that had just happened. Lady Vanica, said a man named Diol, bowing respectfully, the 8 operatives we sent were killed instantly. This Ethan is far more troublesome than expected. Beside him, a woman sat upon a throne, clad in furs. An eye patch with the Spade Kingdom's emblem covered her right eye. Her expression was unreadable as she gazed toward the horizon. Around her stood rows of armored soldiers, each bearing the black spade insignia on their backs. Yes, troublesome indeed, Vanica said calmly. It seems Saint Mage Colin was telling the truth. This Ethan has inherited Julius's time magic. A faint smile touched her lips. Still, I suppose I should thank him. Without Ethan, we wouldn't have taken the Diamond Kingdom so easily. After all, even during their war with the Clover Kingdom, the true deciding factors had never been the soldiers at the front lines. The Diamond Kingdom had Colin, and the Clover Kingdom had Julius. Fortunately for Vanica, by the time her forces arrived, Colin was already gravely wounded, making their conquest almost effortless. Lady Vanica, since Ethan is heading to the Heart Kingdom, should we relax? She cut him off. Zenon will handle the other side. All we need to do is keep our eyes on Ethan. Striking together would only tarnish the name of the Dark Triad. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, The Natural Kingdom. Oh, wow, so this is the Heart Kingdom. Amazing. This place is gorgeous. The wooden boat glided forward, cutting through the crystal waters. Even Mimosa, who had been here once before, couldn't hide the wonder in her eyes. Surrounded by water and greenery, the Heart Kingdom truly deserved its title as a nation of nature. It was nothing like the bustling cities of other kingdoms. How to describe it? It carried an almost otherworldly tranquility, something beyond mortal hustle and clamor. It's beautiful, indeed. If one could study magic here, the results would surely be twice the effort for half the work. Ethan also admired the scenery, though what he saw went far beyond the surface beauty. Where does magic come from? From heaven and earth itself. In other words, nature. Every magical attribute could be traced to elemental factors within nature. The closer you are to nature, the easier it becomes to deepen one's magic. You're right, Ethan. The Heart Kingdom's magical techniques are completely different from ours, powerful and infused with the essence of nature. I learned so much here last time, it's been invaluable to me. Mimosa said with a smile. Still, where exactly are we supposed to dock? Asta looked around. Yes, it was beautiful, but aside from water and trees, there was no land in sight. They couldn't just keep floating forever, right? Just keep going forward. A calm, unfamiliar voice rose behind them. They turned to see a man descend from the sky, landing neatly on the deck. It's been a while, Miss Mimosa. We met on your last visit. His tone was flat and serious. Mimosa blinked, then recognized him. Ah, hello, Mr. Gaja. I'm glad you remember me. Of course. Welcome to the Heart Kingdom, everyone. I am Gaja, a spirit guardian assigned to guide you. As he spoke, his sharp eyes swept over the group in silence. Letters of introduction were one thing, but seeing with his own eyes was another. Mimosa, he knew. Noel royalty, but irrelevant to him. Asta. The bearer of the devil's grimoire? Gaja's gaze lingered for a moment. But the one who truly caught his attention. Mr. Gaja, is there something on my face? Ethan smiled faintly, meeting his eyes. Ethan knew little of the Heart Kingdom, only surface-level information. He had no idea why Gaja was scrutinizing him like this. My apologies. That was rude of me, Gaja said, inclining his head slightly, though his thoughts remained his own. Even so, Noel cut in. Are you sure we can just go straight ahead? Because straight ahead was a wide, thundering waterfall. Even a 3-year-old could see that path was blocked. No problem. The Queen will take us up. The moment Gaja finished speaking, the roaring waterfall tilted like a giant rope being pulled aside. Its angle shifted to perfectly cradle the boat, and an unseen force began pushing them upward. Oh, whoa! As they rose with the waterfall, Asta and the others stared in awe. Then the water ahead surged and shaped itself into a long, elevated waterway stretching far into the distance. Is this the Queen's magic? Incredible, the waterway's huge. Yet, does that mean the Queen's nearby? Look, are those Heart Kingdom residents? Below the waterway, people waved at them cheerfully, as if the sudden appearance of a massive water road was nothing unusual. Whether it's the mist barrier or the water stairs, they are all part of the Queen's magic domain covering the entire kingdom, Gaja explained. Asta and the others could hardly believe it. One person covering an entire kingdom with magic? That kind of power. Yeah, that's impressive, Ethan admitted. He could cover a kingdom with magic too, but only for an instant, much like Julius's time magic when he once saved the entire Clover Kingdom. Maintaining such magic 24 hours a day? Even 10 of him wouldn't have the stamina or mana for that. Of course, that didn't mean the Queen's power was limitless. I'm guessing much of this is thanks to the water spirit? Ethan asked. Gaja did not deny it. Indeed. For the past 1,200 years, every queen has entered into a covenant with the water spirit, using its magic to guard the kingdom. With the combined power of water and the forest, we can block unwanted intruders and develop our magical civilization. One of the 4 great elemental spirits, the water spirit. Ethan thought. Of the 4, he already had 2, the fire spirit and the wind spirit. But in terms of raw growth and power, this water spirit was undoubtedly superior. Zephyra, his ancient wind spirit, had been killed once, her millennium of cultivation scattered in an instant. She had to rebuild from scratch. But this water spirit had been nurtured for over 12 centuries. It was, in every sense, fully refined. For now, yes, Gaja continued. But in the future, who can say? Suddenly, a sphere of water surged upward, enveloping Asta in an instant. Psib! Before anyone could react, the water orb shot off at blinding speed, carrying Asta away. Asta! Mr. Gaja, what's going on? What does it look like? He's been kidnapped. Ethan made no move to stop it, though truthfully, if he'd wanted to, he could have acted the moment it began. But he knew Asta wasn't in danger, so there was no need to make a fuss. You're not going to save your companion? Gaja asked, watching Noelle and Mimosa summon their magic brooms and take off in pursuit. Do you want me to? Ethan replied, his voice calm. The counter-question caught Gaja off guard. Wasn't rescuing a companion the obvious choice? Or, was there more to this man? If you plan to stop them, I suggest you hurry, Ethan said lazily. Look, they're about to catch up. Gaja frowned at Ethan's unhurried demeanor. But the man wasn't wrong. If Gaja kept standing here, the girls really would get Asta back. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Awakening of the Sea Goddess. How far can they really go? Standing on the deck, Ethan Hayes gazed into the distance, watching Noelle and Mimosa chase after Asta high in the air. As members of the Magic Knights, the two girls were already strong for their age. Noelle was at 4th stage, Mimosa at 5th stage. But, still far from enough. If Ethan remembered correctly, in the original storyline, Noelle at this point could already unleash her sea god Valkyrie armor, a power close to 1st stage. Yet despite having gone through the war against the Diamond Kingdom, the elf reincarnation arc, and even the Devil's Descent, Noelle's strength had barely advanced. Perhaps it was because Ethan himself had been at the forefront every time, cleaning up threats before she could face them head-on. The only real improvement was that she now had full control over her immense magic power. But that wasn't enough, not even close. The enemies to come wouldn't be weaklings in 5th or 6th stage. At the very least, they'd be 3rd stage and above. And then there were those devils from other worlds. He could protect them, yes. But no one is infallible. If they ever encountered an opponent even he found difficult to handle, with their current strength, they'd be nothing but dead weight. I'm not asking you to be able to help me in the future, Ethan murmured, but at the very least, you must have the strength to protect yourselves. Water creation magic roar of the sea dragon. Noelle leveled her wand forward, summoning a massive dragon of churning water. In the Heart Kingdom, surrounded by nature's water and greenery, the spell's power was naturally amplified. Not bad magic power, but still lacking. From above, Gaja, who had been pursuing them, both praised and criticized in the same breath. Under normal circumstances, Noelle would have snapped back at him without hesitation. But now, the priority was saving their comrade. Bang! The water dragon slammed into the orb of water imprisoning Asta. But to Noelle's shock, her signature move failed to even crack it. If that's the extent of your strength, then... Zzzzz. Gaja's grimoire opened, lightning serpents crackling around him. Strange runic symbols swirled in spirals, channeling power into the spell. Noelle, be careful. That's the Heart Kingdom's unique magic formula. Mimosa warned. Not that she needed to. Noelle could feel the overwhelming magic in it herself. This was power far beyond their current tier. Oh? Stage 0, is it? From the deck, Ethan watched with interest. Honestly, he'd always doubted the original story's claim that Gaja was Stage 0. In the Clover Kingdom, only Julius, the Wizard King, had reached such a level. The Diamond Kingdom had only one man, Saint Mage Corrin. Yet the power radiating from Gaja now, was undeniably Stage 0. But it's a shortcut. An expert could see the truth. As someone who had already stepped into Stage 0, Ethan could tell the strength came not from Gaja himself, but from those mysterious runes. They connected him to the surrounding natural mana. Still, borrowed or not, strength is strength. But since it lacked the true momentum of heaven and earth, this was merely a false stage 0. Boom! 7 or 8 lightning bolts surged forward at once. Noelle raised her wand. Water creation magic sea dragon's nest. Water gathered, forming a massive dome to shield them. Here in the Heart Kingdom, her water magic was stronger than anywhere else. Did your physics teacher happen to be the PE coach? Ethan muttered under his breath. Sure, this was a world of magic where anything was possible but natural laws still applied. Water beats fire, fire boils water. And lightning versus water? Even a child knew the answer: conduction. ZZZT, ZZZT. The moment the lightning struck the watery dome, it spread like ink in clear water. Inside, Noelle and Mimosa's bodies jolted violently. Fortunately, this was magic, not pure physics, so the dome absorbed some of the damage. Still, the numbing sensation was unavoidable. Damn it, my magic's being countered. Noelle gritted her teeth. She understood conduction perfectly well. But knowing it didn't change her attribute, she only had water magic. That meant either defend, or take the hit. Hedon. Plant recovery magic, princess healing flower robe. Mimosa's spell washed over them, easing the numbness. But the real problem wasn't solved. Even if they could keep resisting, Asta was still missing. Where's Ethan? Not sure. I think he's still on the boat. Both girls suddenly found it strange. His strength far exceeded theirs, so why hadn't he acted? Noelle's mind churned. She'd fought alongside Ethan before, faced death together. He was someone who valued his comrades deeply. So why stand by while Asta was taken, and while they were being pushed to their limits? Why am I always expecting him to help me? Habits are dangerous things. Get used to kindness, and you take it for granted. Get used to being given to, and you become greedy. Get used to others' protection, and you forget how to stand on your own. In that moment, she even felt a flicker of resentment toward him. He's so strong, this would be over in seconds if he stepped in. But no one is obligated to save you. Boom! Her thoughts shattered as Gaja's lightning tore apart the sea dragon's nest. Even as a false stage 0, his power was far beyond what 4th and 5th stage mages could withstand. Mist scattered in the air as the two girls, stunned by the shock, plummeted toward the water. What's his game? Gaja didn't follow up. Instead, he turned his head toward the deck. Ethan still hadn't moved, watching it all like a spectator at a play. Was I too hasty? Gaja thought. Well, we'll be in the Heart Kingdom for a while. I'll have time to train them properly. Ethan sighed. It seemed that not everyone could break through in the heat of battle. But just as he prepared to intervene, boom! The water below erupted, a towering column shooting into the sky. Inside it, two figures rose. Noelle was clad in azure armor, a sharp spiral lance in her hands. Her eyes burned with resolve, her posture unyielding like a valkyrie charging across the battlefield. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, The Sea Goddess descends. Magic power surged wildly, her stance fierce and resolute. Azure armor, forged entirely from condensed mana, wrapped around her body. At this moment, Noelle was a completely different person. In one arm, she held the seemingly unconscious Mimosa. In the other, a spiral-shaped water lance pointed straight ahead, aimed directly at Gaja in midair. Bang! Mana poured out in torrents as a spiraling water column burst forth, the sheer force sending waves rippling across the surface of the sea beneath her. Up above, Gaja's brows furrowed. This power was astonishing. Had he not fought her earlier, he might have simply marveled at her strength. But after their battle from the start until now, he knew exactly what her previous level had been. From 4th stage, skyrocketing straight to 1st stage? What kind of magic was this? Boom! There was no time to dwell on it, the spiraling column was already upon him. The mysterious runes around him lit up, gathering the surrounding lightning element. In almost an instant, a blinding bolt of lightning flashed down, solidifying into a wall of thunder before him. Seeing this sudden turn, Ethan Hayes, who had just stepped forward, paused, his lips curling into a faint smile. So it really worked. The sea god Valkyrie armor is even more powerful than I imagined. Seeing was believing. Whether in the original story or in this reality, he had heard of Noelle's mother Aesir Silva, the sea god princess famed for dancing gracefully across the battlefield. That legendary title came from her unparalleled water magic, and above all, her heritage magic sea god Valkyrie armor. Magic could generally be divided into 4 categories. Common magic, magic anyone with the same attribute could usually perform. Exclusive magic, unique spells imprinted in one's grimoire, usable only by that individual, with almost no chance of overlap. Ultimate magic, the strongest offensive or defensive spell within an attribute, also imprinted in the grimoire, but requiring at least 3rd stage to use effectively, like Yami's Dimension Slash or Vengeance's Magic Tree Descent. Heritage magic, rare spells of immense power capable of turning the tide of battle in an instant, passed down through bloodlines or ancient means. Throughout history, heritage magic was exceedingly rare. Ethan himself possessed plenty of grimoires, including the 4-leaf clover, but among them, only the time magic grimoire contained a heritage magic, world time unification. Its absurd activation conditions, however, made him doubt if he could ever use it in his lifetime. Compared to that, Noelle's sea god Valkyrie armor was far more accessible, yet its destructive potential was undeniable, even greater than the amplification granted by elf possession. I wonder where Aesir Silva obtained this. Normally, such magic. Ethan murmured. A grimoire could sense a mage's heart, thoughts, and emotions to generate new spells. Sometimes, sheer growth in power could also give birth to new magic naturally. But there were limits. You couldn't simply think about destroying the world and have your grimoire hand you a neutron bomb spell. Ethan didn't believe Aesir had developed this heritage magic on her own. The likelier explanation was that she had acquired it from some ancient ruin, perhaps similar to the magic palace Ethan himself had once explored. Boom! Boom! The sky thundered as Noelle, now the incarnation of the sea goddess, unleashed her full might. She was like the mistress of the ocean, commanding the waters of the world. In this natureric heart kingdom, she was as at home as a true water god descending upon the earth. Opposite her, Gaja shone with the glow of mysterious runes. Borrowing nature's power, his strength was also immense, lightning so fierce it seemed capable of burning mountains and boiling seas. Yet false stage 0 was still false, and this was why he could not overpower even a 1st stage Noelle. Impressive. But the vast magic of nature is not something humans can rival. Dark clouds gathered overhead, forming a colossal magic circle at their core. Like a magnet, it drew the surrounding lightning element into itself. Ha! Ethan chuckled as he looked up at the scene. It was so familiar, almost laughably so. This was basically lightning release, Kiran. Well, the Heart Kingdom's magic certainly has its own flavor. He mused. Magic, like weapons, came in many forms. Here in a land of natural abundance, they had developed their own distinct branch, nature magic. That magic circle in the thunderclouds. I'd wager that's the core of the spell. His keen eyes studied the formation carefully. It really was like his Kiran both drew on nature's lightning. But his Kiran was fully self-controlled, he had to generate the storm clouds, accumulate lightning, guide it, shape it, and then release it. This Heart Kingdom technique skipped the first 2 steps entirely, going straight to guiding and releasing, making it much faster to cast. Still. Boom! Judgment from the zenith. Gaja's voice rang out as the magic circle in the clouds blazed with blinding white light. A massive lightning serpent, thick as a tree trunk, shot down like divine punishment. Water creation magic roar of the sea dragon. Noelle thrust her spiral lance forward, releasing the immense mana of a first-stage mage. It became a roaring, surging dragon that charged headlong into the descending thunder serpent. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. Mana clashed against mana, the two forces locking in a fierce stalemate. Ethan's eyes narrowed. So it's just as I thought, because it's a ritual-based magic, its power output is fixed. Compared to outside magic, the Heart Kingdom's unique runic formulas had clear advantages: fast casting, strong amplification, and the ability to borrow nature's strength. But the flaw was equally obvious: fixed power output. From Ethan's perspective, this judgment from the zenith was roughly on par with the power his own Kirin had during the 9-squad competition back when he was only 5th stage. If he cast it now, the destructive force would far surpass this Heart Kingdom spell, enough to wipe Clover Kingdom's capital off the map in an instant. Perhaps as one's own power grew, the fixed power of these rituals could be recalibrated upward. But to Ethan, magic was meant to be a miracle. Fixing it within a set limit robbed it of that spark. And Noelle herself was living proof of miracles. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, the Queen of Heart Kingdom. The tips of his toes left the wooden deck of the boat. In the very next second, Ethan Hayes' figure appeared in midair right between the two clashing forces. A crushing aura descended from the heavens, an overwhelming wool of heaven and earth itself, first stage of the great domain. Boom! It was as if both Noelle and Gadja had been struck head-on by a giant hammer. Their bodies instinctively faltered, the magical clash between thunder judgment from the skies and roar of the sea dragon shattering instantly. Though it wasn't as overwhelming as the Witch Queen's triple great domain, this was still the might of heaven and earth itself. Everything that existed beneath the heavens was bound to its influence. The difference lay only in degree. Not bad, the power is acceptable. Ethan nodded in satisfaction. Though he had only mastered the first stage of the Great Domain, this one alone was the fusion of more than 10 magical attributes. Far stronger than a single attribute domain. Neither Gadja nor Noelle had any grasp of heaven and earth's domain. No matter how powerful their spells were, they could not resist. Stand down. Gadja. You have no objections, do you? At Ethan's words, Gadja gave a solemn nod, withdrawing his grimoire and magic. Noelle, however, looked dissatisfied. Her eyes burned with indignation. Brother Ethan, he captured Asta. Facing the enemy, you don't help me, and you even stopped me. Why? Well. So now he was being blamed. Ethan rubbed his nose, looking a little awkward. This wasn't something he could explain beforehand, was it? If he had told her, it would have ruined the whole effect. My apologies, everyone, Gadja said earnestly, his tone brimming with sincerity. In order to gauge your true strength, I had no choice but to test you in battle. His genuine words left Noelle momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to attack or argue further. If you wanted to see our strength, you could have just told us. Why did you have to capture Asta? She puffed her cheeks in indignation, clearly unhappy. Even if what he said was true, this was no excuse. It was like punching someone in the face, and then saying, "Oops, my mistake." What sense did that make? All right, Noelle, this is my fault. I should have told you beforehand. Ethan gave an apologetic smile, reaching out to ruffle her silver hair. In an instant, Noelle's face flushed scarlet, burning like a ripe apple. Thin. I'll let it go this time. But next time, you have to tell me first. Don't make me worry. With a huff, she smacked away Ethan's evil hand and turned aside, her expression the very picture of a tsundere princess. But anyone with half a brain could tell what she was truly feeling inside. Retracting his sinful right hand, Ethan looked toward Gadja. Now then, can you take us to meet your queen? Of course, Lord Ethan. Gadja nodded, though his eyes lingered on Ethan with deep respect. This man, truly unfathomable. They entered the royal palace. This is the Queen's palace? It's so plain compared to ours. Noel muttered with dissatisfaction, clearly still sulking from earlier. And in truth, the Heart Kingdom's palace was indeed quite simple. Its size was respectable, but compared to the dazzling, golden halls of the Clover Kingdom, this place looked almost like the gathering hall of commoners. Inside the hall, there was only a single stone throne. Ethan Hayes, age 18. Born and raised in Hage Village, a border town of the Clover Kingdom. At 16, during the grimoire acceptance ceremony, you received not one, but 2 grimoires, a fire attribute and a wind attribute 4-leaf grimoire. Later, you made your name in the Kingdom's Royal Knights election tournament, and became the captain of the newly formed 10th Squad, the Dawn Brigade. The voice came from the throne, calm and all-knowing, as if reciting something seen with her very eyes. She laid out Ethan's entire life story, crystal clear. Oh? What is this, the Census Bureau? You investigated my household registration that thoroughly. Ethan frowned, displeased. Though none of this was secret information, nobody liked having their entire past laid bare so easily. I don't know what this Census Bureau is you speak of, the voice replied lightly. But Ethan Hayes, your growth in these 2 years is simply beyond belief. From the throne rose a figure, the Queen herself, holding her scepter as she descended the stone steps. Hearing this, Noel and the others were taken aback. To be honest, they had never carefully thought about it before. But now that someone had laid Ethan's journey bare, they couldn't help but feel awed. 2 years. What could someone accomplish in 2 years? 2 years wasn't enough for a low-ranking official to get a single promotion. It wasn't even enough to graduate from basic schooling. But Ethan, in just 2 short years, had achieved what most people couldn't in a lifetime and even surpassed it. The speed of it was terrifying. So, what exactly are you implying? Ethan asked evenly. Nothing much, the Queen smiled faintly. I simply wish to apologize for my earlier test. After all, your rapid growth is unnatural. If something is so extraordinary, one cannot rule out the possibility of demonic possession. Suspicion, hey? Can't blame her. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lilopeka, the current Queen of the Heart Kingdom. Oh, and as for your friend. Clap. Clap. She clapped her hands. Ripples shimmered in the air, and from the void emerged Asta, still yelling and thrashing with boundless energy. Achoo! What the? Hey? Ethan. Noel. He blinked rapidly, glancing around in confusion, his brain full of muscles as always, not quite processing the situation. But Ethan's gaze wasn't on Asta. Behind Queen Lilopeka emerged a majestic figure, a colossal spirit, elegant and overflowing with dense magical power. The water spirit, and it looks like a complete form. Ethan's eyes sharpened. The elegant posture, the immense body, the ocean-deep mana it radiated. Among the 4 great natural spirits, none were considered weaker or stronger. But just like twins, some grew faster, some slower. Their strength was determined by growth stages: infant, growth, mature, complete, and ultimate. His own fire spirit and wind spirit were still in the growth stage, a long way from reaching mature. But this water spirit was already at the complete form. It was like the big sister towering over his 2 younger ones. And most importantly, Ethan's eyes locked on the Queen herself, her scepter in hand as she approached step by step. Even without trying, her aura was impossible to ignore. Noble, beautiful, yet immeasurable. So dignified, so beautiful, and that mana, it's fathomless. So strong. Hard to believe she's about the same age as me. So this is the Queen of the Heart Kingdom. Her mana was restrained, yet what little leaked was enough to shake hearts. Her presence seemed to merge naturally into the very fabric of the world, as if she belonged to the heavens and earth themselves. Ethan's conclusion was immediate. No doubt about it, Domain 0. And she even possesses a great domain. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, The Queen's Curse and the Burden of Time. The power of heaven and earth's momentum. From the moment Ethan grasped it, he knew how vital it was. Foremost, the Zero Domain stood as an untouchable peak, the realm of unmatched champions. But truth be told, to Ethan now, Zero Domain was little different from the first, second, or even third. The reason? Because he had mastered the momentum of heaven and earth. That single factor decided everything. He had already experienced this truth during his battle with the Witch Queen. Even with his monstrous versatility, hundreds of magic attributes at his command, he had been utterly crushed beneath her momentum. If not for the Imperial Sword stalling her and the fact that he managed to break through and grasp his own momentum, he would have been doomed that day. If someone like him could be bound so tightly, what chance did ordinary Zero Domain mages have? Feels even stronger than the aura from Licht and the first Wizard King. Asta murmured. Though he had no mana of his own, his chirating technique passed down by Yami was another way of sensing strength. And what he sensed from the Queen of the Heart Kingdom was staggering. It surpassed even the pressure of that day within the Shadow Palace. Truthfully, even if you hadn't come here, I had planned to send envoys to Clover. We need allies. The current situation can't be handled alone. The Queen, Lolopeka, spoke with a faint but visible anxiety. She lifted her gown slightly at the waist, exposing her stomach. Hiss! Noelle and the others gasped sharply. Her navel was marred with something grotesque, not like a birthmark, not like a bruise, but something vile, like the mark of rot itself. As you can see, Lolopeka said calmly, I have been cursed by a devil. In about 2 years, no, perhaps sooner, I will die. The words were delivered with unnerving composure, as if she were speaking of another's fate. That serenity, that regal poise, was worthy of a queen. Mages are ranked by domains. 0 is strongest, 9th is weakest. Only those who've reached the first domain or higher can stand against devils. Her words left Asta and the others grim. They had already learned this the hard way against the word soul devil. Sure, their group had been large, but only a handful had truly been able to fight, the rest were just spectators. But even the first domain or Zero Domain alone cannot deliver a killing blow to devils. Only those who wield magic of the Nether Domain can counter them. Nether Domain. The Nether Domain refers to rare attributes beyond normal magic like time magic, dark magic, light magic, even secret sealing magic belongs to it, Ethan said offhandedly, earning nods from the others. It fit. Against the word soul devil, only such magics had worked at all. Everything else had been useless or barely effective. Yes, Lolopeka agreed, those attributes are essential to resisting devils. Asta's eyes sharpened. Then, you must know where the devil is. The Queen nodded slowly. There was no absolute proof, but based on her curse and years of gathered intelligence, the conclusion was undeniable. If I am not mistaken, the devil resides within the Spade Kingdom, and it is far stronger than the one you faced before. The air turned heavy. Everyone's expression darkened. Stronger? The word soul devil had already pushed them to the brink, even with the first Wizard King and Licht at their side. And now, those two were gone. Though they had grown stronger since then, the gap was still immeasurable. I know your concerns, Lolopeka said gently. They are mine as well. You are exceptional, far beyond your peers, but still not enough. As I said, only those at the first domain or higher can qualify to stand against devils. You must grow stronger. But, do we even have that kind of time? Asta frowned. He understood the logic, but devils were unlikely to wait politely for them to be ready. You have some time, the Queen said with a faint smile. Not much. With this curse, I estimate I can live another year. Before my strength fails, I intend to launch a preemptive strike against Spade. For you, the time limit is 6 months. Her eyes gleamed as she declared, in those 6 months, I will assign to you 5 spirit guardians, all zero-domain mages, as your instructors. 5. Noel and the others swallowed hard. That force alone eclipsed Clover Kingdom's top powers. After all, even the strongest of Clovers' captains Vengeance of the Golden Dawn was merely first domain at best. Most others were third domain or lower. And here stood a queen of zero domain herself, backed by 5 more zero-domain spirit guardians. Together, they could overwhelm the entire Clover Kingdom with ease. If you're that powerful, Noel asked with narrowed eyes, why haven't you conquered other kingdoms? Lolopeka smiled knowingly. You mean, why not wage war? Noel nodded. She was royal blood unlike Asta, she wasn't naive. Between nations, kindness and mercy were illusions. It was always conquest, or be conquered. I've said before, battles between mages are not about numbers, but about strength. Dozens of men cannot defeat a single mage at the right level. You should know this already. You mean the Wizard King? Noel asked cautiously. Her tone lacked certainty. Julius had been unmatched, yes, but this queen was no weaker. And with 5 spirit guardians by her side, she couldn't see any path to victory for Clover. You don't sound very confident, Lolopeka chuckled softly. But yes, your Wizard King Julius Novacrano is a truly remarkable man. In both strength and character, he is flawless. Her gaze grew distant, as if recalling the past. When she had first inherited her throne and the water spirit, gaining the accumulated power of past queens, she had broken into zero domain instantly. Drunk on her newfound strength, she had traveled the neighboring nations, challenging their mightiest. The Diamond Kingdom's Archmage Colin. The Clover Kingdom's Wizard King Julius. The Spade Kingdom's Dante. And it was during that time that she had been cursed by a devil. Her vast mana had kept it at bay for years, but her time was running out. Though Julius suffered misfortune and lost his mana, his successor may well surpass him, she said, her gaze shifting to Ethan. Perhaps, isn't that so, Ethan? Chapter 150, Chapter 150, The Burden of Mastery. The Queen's request. The so-called natural runes draw upon the stray magical particles that flow within nature itself. To wield them properly, one must first. Deep within a dense forest, Gadget spoke patiently, his tone like that of a devoted teacher. Before him sat Noel, Asta, Mimosa, and even Ethan, listening carefully. Ethan's body was already surrounded by faint, translucent glyphs, floating around him in perfect harmony. Gadget nodded in satisfaction. See? Lord Ethan has already taken his first steps into runic mastery. His progress is remarkable. Who could possibly compare with him? Asta muttered under his breath. Though he didn't finish the sentence, everyone thought the same thing, a monster. It had only been 7 days since they arrived in the Heart Kingdom. For 7 days, they had been learning this unique art of natural runes. But progress was slow. Unlike the magic they had always known channeled purely from one's inner reserves, the natural runes required merging one's mana with the volatile, wild magic in the environment. These raw particles were like borrowed weapons, unstable, unrefined, and dangerous to wield. For most, it was nearly impossible to control. But for Ethan, 7 short days, and he had already grasped the fundamentals. Truly, he cannot be measured by common sense. Gadget thought bitterly as he watched Ethan. Natural runes had 3 stages: manifestation, formation, and transcendence. He himself had taken nearly 2 years just to reach the first step, manifestation. Even among the spirit guardians, his progress was considered fast. And yet, Ethan had achieved it in 1 week. Impressive, this natural rune system really is something else. Ethan studied the glyphs dancing around his body with a faint smile. Though as a zero-domain mage he had no need for training like this, he never stopped learning. What others called the pinnacle, he treated as nothing more than a starting point. By fusing his power with nature through these runes, he could harmonize with the world far more easily than before. It reminded him of a certain sage oil from another tale, one used to commune with toads atop a mountain. The method is yours now, Gaja concluded. How far you go will depend on your own effort. But remember, training must be balanced with live combat. At his signal, 4 massive figures emerged from the shadows beneath the trees. Each radiated mana equal to Gaja himself. From here, they'll spar with you. Do your best. Ethan waved casually, dismissing the glyphs that swirled around him. For him, sparring against the Guardians was no longer useful. With his command of the world's flow, fighting them felt like an adult bullying children. Instead, he withdrew alone to a quiet waterfall. With a sweep of his hand, countless grimoires spilled forth, hovering around him. Each glowed with a different color, each belonging to a different element. Ethan sighed, rubbing his temples. So many. I was too ambitious back then. The world's flow, that was his true path forward. But to master it, each element had to be pushed to its absolute peak. Though he had learned many attributes, only a handful could be called his specialty. Worse still. Every new element I fuse into the flow increases the difficulty exponentially. He had discovered this when merging the 12th element, space. Its resistance was so overwhelming he had nearly failed. And that was the last attribute he had fully mastered. Any further would require his understanding to be twice as deep as before. Zephyra, Ignis, how are you two progressing? As he spoke, a streak of green light and a streak of red descended before him, the wind spirit and the young fire spirit. Master, the natural energy here is perfect for us. It will help us grow stronger, though not quickly. But don't worry. I'll never lose to that water spirit. Zephyra huffed, her tiny face puffing up adorably as she floated in the air. Ethan smiled, then turned to the fire spirit. And you, oh right, you're still in your infancy. You can't even speak yet. He sighed. Compared to the others, the fire spirit was pitiful. Too weak to manifest a proper form, unable even to communicate. Ethan couldn't help but wonder whether it was male or female. If female, well, that would make things interesting in the future. Before he could dwell on it, the water in the pool rippled. You two little ones, you're centuries too young to surpass me. From the waves, the water spirit appeared, her voice lilting and proud. Zephyra pouted, cheeks puffed out. Little? You dare call me little? I'm an ancient wind spirit. You don't even measure up to a fraction of my age. Is that so? Then why are you still stuck in your growth phase? You. Ethan chuckled helplessly at their bickering. He had once worried that spirits might fight out of rivalry. But watching them now, he realized it was closer to playful banter than true hostility. Enough, the water spirit said at last, glancing at Ethan. I didn't come to quarrel. I bring word from Her Majesty. The Queen wishes to see you, Lord Ethan. Ethan raised a brow but nodded. With a single step, he folded space. By the time his other foot touched the ground, he was already standing in the Heart Kingdom's throne hall. From her throne, Queen Lolopeka applauded softly. Such precise spatial magic! I must admit, this is the first time I've seen it performed so flawlessly. Lord Ethan, you are truly extraordinary. Ethan smiled faintly. Just practice, nothing more. There was a time he had dismissed spatial magic as weak a support tool at best. After all, even mages like Finral and Langris never made it shine. But once he had refined it into a power worthy of the world's flow, he realized how wrong he had been. Space is dominion. Time is supremacy. Though time magic stood above all, true space magic was far stronger than most other arts if one could break through space itself, rather than merely borrow it. Lolopeka's expression grew solemn. She leaned forward on her throne. I was unsure whether to ask this of you. But after witnessing your mastery of space, I must. Her tone carried both gravity and resolve. Lord Ethan, will you go to the Spade Kingdom, now? Chapter 151, Chapter 151, A King's Request, A Spy's Mission. Ethan blinked, clearly caught off guard by Lolopeka's words. The Spade Kingdom's ambitions are no secret anymore. With devils entrenched there, I want to ask you to infiltrate their homeland alone. Gather intelligence on their latest movements. And when war finally breaks out, we'll have someone on the inside to coordinate with us. Ah! Ethan understood instantly. In short, she wanted him to play the role of a spy. I know this is asking too much. After all, that's the enemy's very heartland. Lolopeka's voice was soft, almost guilty. Ethan curled his lip. You know it's too much, and you still dare to ask? But then again, it wasn't a bad idea. Special training here was pointless for him. Half a year wasted in idleness was worse than taking the initiative to learn Spade's current situation. He glanced up at the Queen sitting upon the throne and said slowly, "This request is excessive, yes, but not impossible. However, alliances are partnerships. A true alliance can't mean one side plunges into danger while the other rests easy, can it?" He had to admit, Lolopeka had both beauty and grace. But those weren't reasons to risk his life for free. The Spade Kingdom, if his knowledge was correct, housed 3 devils at the very least. Going there alone on the whim of a pretty girl? Ha! Not a chance. This is only fair, Lolopeka said gently. I am cursed, and my life won't last much longer. When I pass away, the water spirit will follow you. That made Ethan stiffen. The water spirit? You're sure about that? The water spirit was one of the 4 great elementals, yet for over 1,000 years, she had never left the Heart Kingdom. Each generation's queen inherited her contract. She was practically bound to the kingdom's very existence. Yes. You already hold the wind and fire spirits. I don't know how you accomplished that, but it's clear you are different. Besides, I am unmarried, with no heirs. The next queen. Her expression dimmed. For a kingdom with 1,000-year legacy, the greatest taboo of a ruler was leaving no successor. The truth was cruel, the Heart Kingdom's lineage might well end with her. Even if they survived Spade's invasion, the dynasty might not endure much longer. The water spirit will be yours after I'm gone, she said firmly. But in exchange, you must grant me one promise. Become the king of the Heart Kingdom. Hey! Ethan blinked hard, his mind almost short-circuiting. Did I hear that right? King! What kind of offer was this? He'd only wanted a little extra compensation to balance things out in his mind. Instead, she was offering not only the water spirit but also the throne itself. What kind of pie falls from the sky like this? Sorry, Ethan said after a pause. I'll accept the water spirit, but the throne, no. Despite his shock, his mind was still clear. The spirit was a boon. The crown? That was a curse. To be a king was to wield absolute power, endless wealth, and countless luxuries. Many dreamed of it. But Ethan wasn't delusional, he had no desire to play tyrant. And with the crown came responsibility. Cultivate oneself. Govern the household. Rule the nation. Bring peace to the land. Forget ruling a kingdom. Ethan's brain felt like it would explode just from thinking about it. He had seen firsthand how hard Lolopeka worked to keep things together. Every day, aside from major state matters, she used her all-knowing magic to monitor the entire kingdom almost down to each household. Tireless. Compared to her, Julius the Clover Kingdom's Wizard King was the very definition of a laid-back ruler. If Ethan ever sat on that throne, it would be like throwing himself into a bottomless pit. He'd never even have time to use the bathroom in peace. So this is what they mean by, to wear the crown is to bear its weight. After a thoughtful silence, Ethan said solemnly, how about this: when you pass, I'll select a worthy successor within the Heart Kingdom. But as long as I live, I promise the Heart Kingdom will remain safe. I see. Lolopeka gave a faint, weary smile. That's enough for me. She didn't push further. She'd gotten the promise she needed. In that case, she said, her tone regaining strength, I wish you victory and fortune, Sir Ethan. A barren road stretched out beneath a cracked sky, the land stripped of all greenery. Fierce winds swept up dust and sand, choking the air. A lone wagon, laden with goods, rumbled along. At the reins sat a rugged man in his 30s, eyes closed, resting lazily until he suddenly opened them, sharp and alert. So this is it. The Grand Magic Zone. Ethan stroked the stubble along his chin, eyes fixed on the sandstorm-torn horizon. For an infiltration, subtlety was key. Among his arsenal of magic, he had more than just offensive spells. Disguise magic, for instance, capable of altering his entire appearance and aura. Now, he wasn't Ethan, captain of Clover's 10th squad, nor the wielder of Zero Domain. He was a traveling merchant, competent but unremarkable, lingering at the 5th domain in strength. The disguise was airtight because such merchants truly existed. Independent traders who served no country, appearing wherever demand arose. And the goods they carried. Ethan glanced back into the wagon, where crates of glowing crystal shards pulsed with magical light. He clicked his tongue. She really went all out. These magic crystals could forge enough tools to outfit an entire squad. A perfect prop. With these, any nation would treat him like a prized guest. Especially in wartime, even Spade would find it hard to turn away such strategic supplies. But first, I need to get across. Ahead, the storm raged, sand whipping through the air in chaotic spirals. This was the true peril of the Grand Magic Zone, rampant, unpredictable magical phenomena. Dust storms, quakes, sudden disasters. This was why Spade had not marched directly on Hart despite being the closest neighbor. To risk an army here was madness. 10,000 soldiers could enter, and 1,000 might crawl out. For me, crossing isn't too difficult, but patience. Ethan stopped the wagon, forcing himself to wait. After all, his disguise was that of a merchant, not a superhuman. Charging straight through would blow his cover. Time passed. Then Ethan lifted his head. High above, a shadow loomed across the turbulent sky, a massive fortress, floating as if it defied the laws of nature. His lips curled into a slow smile. There it is. Just as Lolopeka said. A Spade Kingdom mobile fortress. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, The Floating Fortress. Mr. Mond, how is the performance of this aerial fortress? Is it ready for deployment? Not quite yet. While it's capable of crossing distances, Lord Arles, you must remember this is only a prototype. Once the size increases, the data and stability will change drastically. High above the wasteland, inside the fortress windshield command deck, two figures stood. As citizens of the Spade Kingdom, they were driven by ambition and necessity. The Grand Magic Zone, a natural barrier of violent mana storms, had long been the greatest obstacle to their conquest. To overcome it, they had poured countless resources into building this fortress. The goal was simple: once perfected, it would allow their armies to cross the Grand Magic Zone en masse and launch devastating invasions into enemy nations. Even if the lower-tier grunts are worthless, the mana consumption here is far too high. If this were scaled up to a full-sized fortress, it might not even sustain flight for long. Mond's voice was calm as he manipulated his magic, recording data. His ability was peculiar, utterly useless in combat or defense, but invaluable in creation. He could construct objects from raw mana, chairs, tables, even palaces. This floating fortress was his masterpiece. But the larger the construct, the greater the mana drain. On his own, he could only create a hollow shell. To keep it functional, other power sources were required. Bah, peasants are ants. We'll always have more. Just keep updating your data, Mr. Mond. What's that down below? Through the glass, Arles frowned. At the very edge of the Grand Magic Zone, a lone wagon stood still, and beside it, a man was waving up at them. "Take us down. Let's see who dares wander here." The fortress descended slowly into Ethan's view. Already prepared with his cover story, Ethan stepped forward with measured calm. "Greetings, noble lords of the Spade Kingdom. I am a free trade merchant, Uchiha Madara. I've just concluded business in the Heart Kingdom and now wish to enter your great nation. Might I trouble you for a ride?" Arls eyed him silently. The title free trade merchant was familiar enough, but Uchiha Madara? That name, it stirred something strange in his heart, like an urge to fight. "This is my merchant's license. Please, inspect it." Ethan smoothly produced forged documents from his satchel. His disguise was complete, down to the smallest detail, proof borrowed from real free trade merchants that operated across borders. Arls examined it briefly. "Yes, it seems authentic. But forgive me for troubling you to come down in person, my lord. And seeing this fortress in motion, surely it must cost tremendous resources to operate. Allow me a small token of respect." Before Arls could finish, Ethan slipped a gleaming monocrystal into his hand. Arl's expression brightened instantly. "Excellent. Very good. Come aboard." Ethan chuckled inwardly. So, greed transcended worlds, bribes worked just as well in this realm of swords and sorcery. Inside, he followed Arls deeper into the fortress. It was vast, intricately designed, and manned by no fewer than 500 soldiers by his estimate. And then Lord Arls, those cries! Throughout the corridors, faint but chilling screams of despair echoed. Ethan tilted his head in feigned confusion. Nothing more than worthless lower dwellers, offering the only value they ever had. Arl's tone was dismissive. Ethan let it drop. His disguise was that of a merchant, not a spy. To pry too much would ruin his cover. "Tell me," Arls continued with a glint of interest, "you free trade merchants are known for rare goods. What have you brought this time?" "A large shipment of monocrystals, enough to equip an entire magic brigade." "HHSS." Arls sucked in a sharp breath. A brigade, normally numbering 1 to 2,000 soldiers. Supplying enough crystals for even one was staggering. Most kingdoms possessed fewer than 10 such brigades. For a lone merchant to hold that much stock was nearly unbelievable. "And your source?" "Forgive me, Lord Arls. That's a trade secret. All I can say is, I've come to sell the entire shipment to your kingdom. What say you?" Arls was silent for a moment, then nodded. "That decision is beyond me. I must report to the captain. Guards escort our guest to his quarters." Ethan bowed slightly. "Of course. I await your word." As Ethan disappeared from sight, Mon turned to Arls, voice low. "Lord Arls, is that man truly a free trade merchant?" Arls smirked. "Perhaps. Perhaps not. Either way, it hardly matters." He had sensed the man's mono-level, barely 5th domain. Hardly a threat. If he was genuine, their kingdom would gain a trove of crystals. If not, spread the order. Monitor him around the clock. If he makes even one suspicious move, report to me immediately. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Fuel of War, Price of Compassion. Using human magic power as the driving source of this fortress, is it? Inside his assigned room, Ethan lay on the bed, eyes half open. His sensing magic had already mapped out the entire airborne fortress. Not even the smallest corner escaped his perception. At the very bottom level, countless people were imprisoned. Each one was radiating mana, but no, it wasn't radiating. It was being forcibly extracted. Their magic, and even their lives, were consumed to power this mobile fortress. War really is the cruelest thing. Ethan withdrew his perception, his face expressionless. Whoever these captives were, they had been reduced to disposable fuel. Dying without meaning, dying without even a name. The fortress pressed on, gliding over the skies and completely bypassing the lethal mana zones below. In just 3 days, it had already crossed into Spade Kingdom territory, descending near a border town. Before disembarking, Ethan stretched his senses downward one more time only to confirm the worst. The lower hold held no trace of life. He smirked bitterly to himself. All dead already? Life really is cheap here. Mr. Uchiha, please wait here a moment. I must first report to the captain. No problem, Ethan replied easily. Though, may I walk around a bit? As a merchant, I might spot something of interest. Ars hesitated, then nodded. Very well. You two accompany and protect Mr. Uchiha. Ensure no harm comes to him. Ethan chuckled inwardly. So cautious. Not only had Ars arranged spies to monitor him aboard the fortress, now he assigned escorts as well. Relax. I've got no intention of causing trouble right now. With a faint smile, he glanced at his 2 shadowing guards and strolled into the streets. This was foreign soil, yes, and he was playing the spy, but even spies could indulge in a taste of local scenery. Yet as he wandered, his brows furrowed. There was no prosperity, no vibrance. The streets were nearly empty. Shops were shuttered. For a town this size, it looked half dead, tottering on the edge of collapse. Pathetic. Ethan shook his head. This wasn't worth lingering in. He turned back. On the way, though, he saw something that froze him mid-step, a squad of Spade soldiers herding a group of civilians. Men and women, old and young alike. Each wore the same expression: despair. What are they? Mr. Uchiha, one of his escorts answered matter-of-factly, these lowborns are simply fulfilling their proper purpose. Ethan's lips tightened. He didn't need further explanation. These civilians were destined to be fuel, sacrificed to power Spade's flying fortresses. Using their own citizens? This kingdom really is rotten. Disgust rose in his chest. Even beasts didn't devour their own den. Clover had Julius Novacrano, a king willing to lay down his life to protect his people. But Spade? They threw away their own like garbage. Please, my lord, I beg you. A desperate voice rang out. From among the captives, a young woman shielded a small child in her arms. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she pleaded with the soldiers. This child is still so young, and she hardly has any mana, please, spare her. Even if she had to die, at least let her sister live. That was all she wished. But the soldier sneered. Grabbing her by the jaw, he tilted her head back. You dare speak to a soldier so casually, you filthy lower realm trash. He turned to the captives, shouting mockingly. Listen up, scum. The pathetic scraps of mana you worms have aren't good for anything but fueling our fortress. That's all you're worth. Though. His eyes gleamed as they slid back to the young woman. Sometimes trash like you can be useful in other ways. His tongue darted across his lips. The girl's terrified shiver only stoked his excitement. With a sudden rip, her blouse tore apart, baring pale skin to the open air. You should feel honored. Someone as low as you getting to serve me. His grin was twisted, lustful, shameless even in the street before onlookers. TCH, bastard. Ethan muttered a curse under his breath. Humans were supposed to be above beasts, because humans knew honor, restraint, shame. This was filth. If it were a smut book, fine, he might have schemed it out of boredom. But here, in reality, it was revolting. Boom. In a blur, Ethan closed the 10-meter gap. His boot smashed into the soldier's face with bone-crunching force. Cheekbones collapsed, blood sprayed, and the man flew like a broken kite before crumpling in the corner, twitching. Bold. Who dares? Seize him! The other soldiers froze in shock, then quickly rallied, surrounding Ethan. What's going on here? A commanding voice cut through the uproar. Ars strode forward, having just returned from meeting the captain. His eyes narrowed at the sight of soldiers forming a ring around Ethan. Lord Ars, this man attacked us. Look at Robbo. They gestured toward the downed soldier, unconscious, frothing at the mouth, his face hideously misshapen from the blow. Ars's expression darkened. He turned to Ethan. Mr. Uchiha. You are my honored guest. But you must give me an explanation. Ethan only smiled faintly, then pointed toward the young woman, her blouse torn, her arms clutching her chest as she crouched in shame. Ars. I think the explanation is standing right there. Ars's eyes flicked over. He frowned. Indeed, he didn't need Ethan to spell it out. Incidents like this weren't new in Spade. He could already reconstruct the scene in his head. Still, his voice stayed cold. Even so, Mr. Uchiha, this is a matter of our kingdom. You how about this? Ethan cut him off smoothly. We merchants believe in harmony and profit above all. I'll purchase these two, the girl and her sister. Consider this a transaction. From his satchel, he drew out two gleaming mana crystals. Ars hesitated only a moment before his lips curved. Of course. The man wasn't offended, he was fishing for benefit. Very well. Then the matter is settled. But Mr. Uchiha, Ars added with a smile, pocketing the crystals, in the future, please refrain from unnecessary interventions. Mana crystals were hard currency, universally valuable. Ars certainly wasn't going to refuse. Oh, one more thing. The captain wants to meet you, Mr. Uchiha. Please, follow me. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, A Gamble for Survival. Following behind Alls, Ethan walked silently. Truthfully, long before arriving in the Spade Kingdom, he had already mapped out how to approach this espionage mission. The first and most crucial step was simple: establish himself and gain their trust. This had nothing to do with his strength, it was about methods and connections. Only by planting solid roots here could he even think about the next phase of his plan. Welcome, Mr. Uchiha Madara. It is an honor to receive you in our kingdom for trade negotiations. On behalf of the Spade Kingdom, I extend my gratitude. The moment Ethan entered the commander's residence, he was greeted by a man with cropped hair and a dark, sullen expression. Ordinarily, a mere merchant wouldn't warrant such personal attention from a military commander. But this was no ordinary merchant. What Ethan had brought wasn't flower seeds or trinkets, it was enough supplies to arm a tenth of the kingdom's magic knight forces. Smiling faintly, Ethan reached into his satchel and produced a pouch of gleaming mana crystals. An honor to meet you, Commander. Please accept this small token of respect for our first meeting. Hat. Now that's a man who knows the rules of the game. Weighing the pouch in his hand, Commander Chartrand couldn't hide his grin. Yes, he was acting on behalf of the kingdom, but pocketing a little bonus along the way? Perfectly acceptable. Mr. Madara, Alls has told me about your goods. Impressive, exactly what we need at the moment. But, with such a large shipment, surely we can negotiate the price. No. A discount, is it? Ethan didn't need to guess what the man was angling for. The Spade Commander's face said it all. The crystals were precious, yes, but they weren't his true objective. His purpose here was infiltration. If lowering the price earned him more trust, so be it. Of course, Ethan replied smoothly. What Commander may not know is that this isn't my first time trading in the Spade Kingdom. We're practically old acquaintances by now. Let's say, 10% off. How does that sound? 10%? Chartrand's eyes narrowed, calculating. To be frank, our military budget is tight these days. Even with your discount, we may only be able to afford 2/3 of the shipment. Old fox, Ethan thought with an inward sneer. But outwardly, he sighed with feigned regret. A shame. I was hoping to sell the entire lot in one go. If that's the case, I'll just have to take the remainder to another buyer. His tone was flawless, the perfect image of a businessman lamenting a missed deal. After several hours of haggling, the deal was finally struck. Then it's settled. Mr. Madara, thank you for selling to us first. Should you come across such goods again, please notify us immediately. And thank you for your kingdom's generosity, Ethan replied with a warm smile. Otherwise, I would have had to travel elsewhere. A pleasure doing business. They shook hands, each wearing the same practiced grin. But what lay beneath that smile? Only they knew. Once Ethan departed, Alls leaned closer to his commander. Sir, can we really trust this man? In truth, Ethan's conduct had been flawless, obedient aboard the fortress, unassuming in town, never overstepping. Yet Alls couldn't shake a lingering doubt. Trust. Chartrand smirked faintly. That's not the point. If he truly had ulterior motives, would he waste 2 hours haggling over transportation fees, labor costs, insurance, even his meals while handling the shipment? The man's practically more cutthroat than a loan shark. Alls nodded reluctantly. You're right. He's outrageous, but genuine. That man only cares about money. Stepping out of the residence, Ethan allowed himself a faint smile. After this drawn-out negotiation, he could be fairly certain, they no longer viewed him with suspicion. If he truly had schemes, he wouldn't waste hours arguing for pocket change. That's what they'll think. And honestly, Ethan chuckled at himself, recalling how shamelessly he'd acted during the talks. I was just being a merchant. But suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and turned sharply. Come out. Why are you following me? From around the corner, 2 figures hesitantly emerged, one tall, one small. The elder girl's blouse was still torn, exposing her pale shoulders. You two. Ethan immediately recognized them, the sisters he had saved from that lecherous soldier earlier. Truthfully, once he'd entered Chartrand's mansion, he'd pushed the matter from his mind. Thud. Before he could speak, the older sister dropped to her knees, clutching the younger one tightly. Tears streamed down her face, her beauty all the more striking for it. My lord, may we follow you? Follow me? Ethan frowned, shaking his head. Yes, he pitied them just as he pitied all of Torren Town, but he wasn't a saint. He couldn't save everyone. More importantly, he wasn't here as a tourist. He had a mission. Forgive me. If you follow me, you'll only die faster. The older sister, Lucia, let out a bitter laugh. Die faster? In the Spade Kingdom, for people like them lower district commoners, death could come tomorrow, or even in the next breath. But she clenched her fists. I am human. I want to live. I want to protect my sister and live on. My lord, no matter what it takes, even if it means death, I will not regret following you. Her voice trembled, but her words carried steel. She had seen it, felt it, that the man before her was not like those soldiers. Perhaps she was wrong. But life itself was a gamble, win and live, lose and die. That's all there is. Bold. Ethan's eyes narrowed, studying her. No matter what it takes? You're certain? Her cheeks flushed, but she met his gaze without wavering. Slowly, she set her younger sister aside, then glanced down at her tattered clothes. With a sharp tug, wait, what the hell? Ethan froze as the girl, without hesitation, bared herself before him. Is this seduction? For a split second, his thoughts spiraled. She's young, but damn it, what am I thinking? Lucia's heart sank. He was staring, yes, but not moving. Desperately, she reached toward her confused little sister, ready to strip her as well. Enough! Ethan snapped back to his senses and cut her off. Clearing his throat, he pulled a gold coin from his pouch and flicked it to the ground before her. Put your clothes back on. Buy yourselves proper garments and tidy up. Meet me at the largest inn in town. She blinked, stunned. Then her eyes lit up. Clutching the coin, she looked up to thank him only to find the man had vanished without a trace. Little one, perhaps we're saved. She pulled her sister close, tears shining in her eyes, as the autumn wind brushed her torn blouse. For the first time in a long time, Lucia felt a spark of hope. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, A gamble worth taking. Damn, that was intense. Thinking back to what just happened, Ethan's guilty heart couldn't help but ripple with unease. Seriously, people in this world really played dirty tricks. The older sister, sure, she was around 14 or 15, but that little one couldn't have been more than 7 or 8. Even if she stripped, there was nothing to see, but no way. Ethan shook his head. Nope. Some lines can't be crossed. The Lilicon path is off limits. But still, what are they going to do now? Hidden in the shadows, Ethan coldly observed the sisters clutching the gold coin in their hands. Magic crystals were this world's hard currency, but in terms of practicality, they were closer to luxury commodities like gold or diamonds. What truly circulated were still bronze and silver coins. A single gold coin equaled 1,000 silver coins, or 10,000 bronze coins. To put that into perspective, a hearty banquet with fish and meat only cost around 3 silver coins. Yet here they were, holding an entire gold coin. Lucia clenched it tightly, pulling her little sister Pasha along as they passed several clothing shops, but she still hesitated to go inside. Her younger sister, confused, finally asked, "Big sis, didn't that big brother tell us to dress up nicely? Why aren't we going in?" Lucia forced a bitter smile. "Pasha, things aren't that simple." In all her years in Tron Town, she'd only ever heard of gold coins. She had never once seen one. People of her rank only ever dealt in bronze coins. Before the kingdom fell apart, she might have dared to spend it openly, but now? Order had collapsed. Law was just paper. Under brutal rule, people had become selfish and ruthless. If she revealed this coin in public, she was certain someone would snatch it away instantly. That man really? Lucia couldn't help but grumble in her heart. Why use a nuke when a bullet would have been enough? But then, as the thought turned, a plan surfaced. Ethan, watching from afar, smirked. Interesting. She's cautious. Careful. Just what I need. Bam. Shopkeeper, bring me the finest clothes you have. Lucia slapped her palm onto the counter. When she pulled it back, the gold coin gleamed on the wood. The shopkeeper froze, greed flashing in his eyes as he looked at the two girls. Such easy prey, or so he thought. But when he studied the older girl's calm, deliberate expression, suspicion sparked. He hesitated. "Clothes we have plenty. But this price? Hurry up. Money isn't an issue. But if you make us late to Captain Charlton's summons, you'll be the one punished." Captain Charlton. Ah! That explained it. The shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat. Only two kinds of people flaunted wealth this openly: idiots, or those with status and backing. And she clearly wasn't the first. Good thing he hadn't acted rashly. "Ha, clever girl. I like it." From his hidden vantage, Ethan caught every word through magic. Satisfied, he turned away. Giving them the coin hadn't been about ignoring the risks. He wanted to see if they could navigate the danger on their own. A test. If they'd skipped around giddily, flaunting wealth like fools, they might have ended up robbed or dead. But Lucia? She'd proven she had the nerve and the brains. Good. Then you've earned a chance to stay by my side. Later that evening. All dressed up, hey. Ethan watched as the sisters entered the tavern where he was seated. Dressed in clean, elegant outfits, they turned heads the moment they stepped in. Wow, such cute girls. If I could marry both of them, I'd be set for life. Both? Be happy if you get one, idiot. Shut it. Can't you see how they're dressed? They're no commoners. Maybe nobles, maybe even royals. The whispers buzzed around, but Lucia ignored them. Her face flushed slightly, unused to being admired instead of scorned. Sir, we've arrived. She and Pasha bowed respectfully to Ethan at his table, stunning the onlookers even further. So these mysterious girls were greeting him? I don't care for so many formalities. Sit. Haven't eaten yet, have you? These dishes are for you. The sisters' eyes sparkled as they stared at the table piled with steaming food. To them, happiness used to mean gnawing on hard black bread once a day. But this. Gulp. This is really for us. Pasha whispered. Of course. Do you think I could eat all this by myself? Ethan smiled faintly. Without waiting, Pasha grabbed the chopsticks only for them to be slapped away by Lucia. Pasha! Mind your manners, she scolded, glancing around as if nobles were watching. Then, recalling how aristocrats dined, she forced herself into a graceful, deliberate pace. Seeing this, Pasha mimicked her reluctantly. Ethan nearly spat out his tea. What do you call this? Pretending? Acting refined while starving inside? But then, he laughed inwardly. No. I wasn't wrong about her. She's bold enough to bluff with a captain's name, but careful enough to mind appearances without being told. Bold, yet cautious. Exactly the kind of person I can use.